On the Palouse for Game 3 of this series between Washington State and the 4th-ranked Oregon State Beavers. Welcome inside Bailey Brayton Field, everybody. Trevor Williams with you, and glad to have you with us on the pregame as we get ready for a possible salvage of the series for Washington State. Oregon State won the 3-game set yesterday, and it was a heck of a performance for the Beavers. Well-pitched game for both sides yesterday. Oregon State got out to the early advantage, though, after a 1-0 lead in the first. RBI single for Kyle Dernetti made it 2-0 Beavers. Colin Montez came and answered back for the Cougars in the second. A blast to center field, a real big one from Montez. Cleared the trees 438 feet to dead center, and maybe a sign that he's getting that power back in the bat, getting it swinging. So he got the Cougars within one. Oregon State had Gavin Logan hit his second home run of the series, and then a couple innings later, it was Jacob Melton with his third home run of the first 2 games of this series. Melton with 6 home runs now on the season, staying right at the top line of the Pac-12 home run race. And then Oregon State, they shut down the Cougars in the final 4 innings. No hits for the Cougs over those last 4, and the Beavers picked up the game to win. You see some of the standouts there. Colden, a 22-game on-base streak. That still stands for the Cougars shortstop. So he got on with a pair of walks and a fielder's choice yesterday. For today's pitching matchup, Brock Townsend for Oregon State and Cole McMillan for Washington State. 2 guys with excellent stuff. Townsend's in an interesting position as he's kind of taking over for a couple missing Beavers right now. Jake Fennigs and Will Frisch. They're both out with injuries for Oregon State. We're going to factor into the starting rotation, but it's Townsend today, an excellent strike thrower for the Beavers, and the Cougars, maybe one of their guys with the best stuff in McMillan. Washington State and Oregon State today from Bailey Brayton Field. We got first pitch coming up next here on Pac-12 Plus. State. Go Cougs.
If a buried natural gas pipeline is leaking outside your home, you may see dead vegetation, hear a hissing noise, or smell it, because Avista adds a rotten egg scent that's easily detectable. If so, get far away and call 911 and Avista. And if you ever smell a natural gas leak indoors, get everyone outside fast. Don't flip light switches, use a cell phone, or do anything to cause a spark. Go somewhere safe, like a neighbor's house, then call 911 and Avista. We just want you to be safe.
That to-do list you have needs one more thing. Chill. It's an easy thing to do. Just crack open an ice-cold Coors Light and chill. Take the afternoon off and binge watch anything. Go to happy hour and stay for a couple hours. Who's counting anyways? Or hang out with just your dog, because you've had enough human interaction this week. Whatever you do it with a Coors Light. Mountain cold refreshment made to chill. 2020 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Celebrate responsibly.
Back in Pullman, Washington, getting ready for first pitch between 4th-ranked Oregon State and Washington State. Beavers come in 11-1 on the season. The Cougars are now 7-7. Oregon State has claimed the first 2 games of this Pac-12 weekend opening series. Coming up this week, the Cougars have Seattle U and the Washington Huskies. Oregon State is going back home for a homestand as well. So both of these teams looking to turn this into a momentum Sunday. Cole McMillan on the mound for Washington State against Brock Townsend for Oregon State. And it should be a good matchup today. Weather is going to be a little tricky when you're facing left-handed hitters. Winds blowing out heavily to right field, and the flag's blowing over that right field fence very steadily so far this afternoon. So both of these starting pitchers are going to need to keep the ball down. We saw visiting teams have trouble with this in Pullman a year ago. One series that stands out was when Oregon came to town to take on Washington State, and the Cougars took a few in that series from the Ducks, mostly because of their ability to hit the ball to right field and really get it up and let it go. So taking a look at the starting lineups tonight for these two teams, Oregon State and Washington State. We'll start with the batting order for the Beavers, as it looks mostly the same as what we've seen throughout this season so far for Oregon State. Definitely so in the top four of the card for Mitch Canham's Beavers. Wade Meckler is leading off. He's in left field. Travis Bazzana batting second is the second baseman. Justin Boyd, he had a 15-game hit streak snapped yesterday. He's batting third and right. And Jacob Melton, what a series he has had. 3 home runs for the Beavers center fielder, and they've all been to opposite field for Melton on the series. He's in the cleanup spot. Garrett Forrester moves to DH after being at first earlier in the series. He bats fifth. Gavin Logan, the catcher, will stay in the sixth spot for Oregon State. He has 2 home runs on the series, both solo shots to right field. Then a little change-up down the card. Mason Guerra, the third baseman, a former number 1 player out of the state of Oregon. Tanner Smith is at first base. He also can catch for the Beavers, but playing at first this afternoon. And then Kyle Ternetti, the shortstop, rounding out the order for Oregon State. Cole McMillan is warming up on the mound right now, the left-hander for the Cougars, who is up to 94 miles an hour in the fall. A former closer from San Jacinto College. 9 saves there, 53 strikeouts, and 36 in the third innings pitched last year. High-effort guy is going to give you good stuff when he's up on the mound. May not go deep in this game, but if the Cougars can get him around 5 innings, that would serve him well on a Sunday start. Behind him defensively for Washington State, some changes today for the Cougars. Will Cresswell, the freshman, will do the catching for McMillan. And then left to right around the infield, it's Elijah Hainline at third, Cody Colden at short, Kyle Russell plays second, and Jacob McKeon over at first. Justin Vanderbrake in left, Kyler Stancato in center, and Colin Montez in right for the Cougars. Washington State in pinstripes with the throwback WSU logo left side of the player's chest. First pitch from Cole McMillan, a fastball inside to Wade Meckler, and that's how it starts this afternoon, a ball and no strikes. Crimson caps, sleeves, and long socks for everybody on the diamond. The 1-0 pitch just below the knees to Meckler, 2 balls and no strikes. Angel Campos, the home plate umpire. Travis Eggert at first. Jake Olenhop at second. Jeffrey Messias at third. It's McMillan working quickly in the top of the first. His 2-0 pitch. Having a limbo away from it is Meckler, and it's 3 balls and no strikes. Oregon State is in orange tops. Beavers in black on the chest. Numbers front left for the players are in white. They're in black out back. Black batting helmets, gray pants for the Beavers. And a 3-0 fastball poured in over the zone by McMillan. It's 3 balls and 1 strike. Oregon State with 4 lefties in the lineup today. The 3-1 pitch off the lower outside edge. McMillan doesn't get the call, and it's a 5-pitch walk for Meckler to open up the Oregon State first. Will Cresswell was trying to hold it there for McMillan to get him strike 2, but he couldn't get the call. So a leadoff walk for Meckler, and Travis Bazzana, the freshman Australian, will step in next for the Beavers. They've been a wrecking crew in the first inning this year, a 22-4 scoring advantage against the opposition in the opening inning this season. A bunt shown. It's off the glove of Cresswell on the pitch, and moving to second base is Meckler. So Meckler is into second, standing up in scoring position with nobody out right away for the Beavers. Passed ball against Will Cresswell, and you can hear the wind howling in the background here at Bailey Brayton Field this afternoon. Ball and no strikes to Travis Bazzana. Corner infielders up. Next pitch to Bazzana, too high. 2 balls and no strikes. McMillan has only found the zone one of his first 7 pitches here this afternoon. Checking behind, here's his stretch in the 2-0 pitch, a fastball cut on and missed, and it turned Bazzana around at the plate. So he took a big swing on that upper half to the right field side. And he knows what a lot of the left-handed hitters are going to key on today, and that is you get something in the upper half and you can get it in the air to right field, it's going to have a chance to play. Something Brian Green has said throughout the preseason, lefty bats really play at Bailey Brayton Field. The 2-1 pitch hit to the right side. It's lined at Russell. He'll make the catch off to his left. Throws back to second. It's off the glove of Colden. Meckler's back in there. But a line out for Bazzana to second base. And the first out of the first inning for Oregon State. Still a runner at second and no score. The opening at bats for the 4th-ranked Beavers this afternoon. Brings up Justin Boyd, the right fielder. Boyd does have a 12-game on-base streak, even though his 15-game hitting streak was snapped yesterday. First pitch to him, a fastball too high. Ball, no strikes. Meckler, Bazzana, Boyd, Melton, they went 8 for 18 first game of the series. Yesterday, just 2 for 16. The 1-0 pitch fouled off a little bit towards the first base side. 1 ball, 1 strike to Justin Boyd. Boyd 0 for 2 yesterday with a walk and a run scored. The walk is what extended the on-base streak. He went 2 for 3 in the first night of the series, including a 3-run home run off the scoreboard in left field. It's working with Wade Meckler on at second, 1 out. And a turn by McMillan to second base. No one's covering the bag, so he'll just look Meckler back to second. The Beavers trying to add to their 22 first inning runs this season. The 1-1 pitch floats in too high, off speed from McMillan. 2 balls and a strike. McMillan has a breaking pitch that can bust off as more of a curveball or a slider. And then a live fastball. It's been in the low 90s today. His 2-1 offering. Outside for ball 3. It's a tight zone here at the start from Angel Campos. Pitchers are going to have to pinpoint this afternoon in Pullman. 3-1 the count to Justin Boyd. Already 1 walk in the inning for McMillan to the leadoff man Meckler. And the 3-1 pitch too low. And a second walk of the first. Meckler stays at second. Boyd now aboard first and second with 1 out for the Beavers. And it brings up the very dangerous Jacob Melton. Cougars will get left on left here in the first. But it's been tough because even when they've pitched Melton away, he's had great opposite field power with all 3 of his home runs in the series coming to left field. Anthony Claggett's going to go visit with Cole McMillan before this at-bat in the top of the first with 1 out and 2 aboard via walks for the Beavers. So Oregon State has been tough this season because they've done a great job of putting runners on base. One of the better teams in college baseball in getting guys on this year. It's half the battle. Get them on, get them in. Oregon State 6th in the country with a .457 on-base percentage. And the first pitch to Jacob Melton. High and tight. Ball, no strikes. Each of the first 4 batters for Oregon State have started off seeing a ball. Meckler the lead at second. Boyd at first. 1 out. Top of the first. No score here early. McMillan's 1-0 pitch. Outer half cut on and missed. That more the sliding action from McMillan. He evens it up with Melton at 1. Melton, who hit his 6th home run of the season last night, ties him for 14th nationally, 4 off the lead. Derek Orndorff of Liberty on the East Coast, the 1-1 pitch. Hit on the ground to first. McKeon up with it. Goes to Colden for 1. It's out of his glove. He couldn't hold on at second. He's trying to tell Jake Olenhop it was on the transfer. Everybody's safe for the Beavers. Boyd specifically at second. Meckler to third. And Melton is aboard. Fielder's choice. We'll see if it's an E6 on Colden as the throw seemed on target. He just couldn't see it into the glove. And it's bases loaded, 1 out for Oregon State and the visitors first with Garrett Forrester, the designated hitter, standing in next. And it is an error. First pitch, low and out of the zone to Forrester. Ball and no strikes. Cougars yesterday committed 3 errors, so their 4th on the series makes it bases loaded instead of 2 outs and corner runners. The 1-0 pitch, lower outside edge. Off-speed breaks back onto the plate to catch the count at 1. Wind still blowing steadily out to right field. Forrester, a right-handed bat on the lefty pitcher McMillan. Is 1-1 pitch. Low into the shoe tops of Forrester and just missed him. 2 balls and a strike. The Beavers, who posted a huge first inning on night 1 of the series, an 8-run top half before the Cougars could even take their first swings. They're in a great spot here in the first. 2-1 pitch, tight to Forrester. 3 balls and 1 strike. 20 pitches for Cole McMillan and only 6 strikes out of the gate this afternoon. Bags are packed. 3-1, 1-out pitch coming. And McMillan's offering too high, a fastball above the letters, and he walks home Wade Meckler as Forrester picks up the RBI, and it's 1-0 Oregon State here in the first on the 3rd walk of the inning against Cole McMillan. Brings up Gavin Logan, who's been a tough out in the series. Home runs in each of the first 2 games to right field. The lefty bat looks out at the 6'3" McMillan on the mound. McMillan ready, here's his pitch. It's knocked on the right side. Russell off to his left. He's going to have to trade an out for a run here. Scoops it, throws to first. Boyd scores from third. It's 2 gone. And that error really hurts for the Cougs now, as they could have been out of the inning. Instead, it's second and third, 2 outs, and now 2-0 Oregon State. RBI, productive ground out for Gavin Logan. Mason Guerra, the third baseman, getting his first appearance of the series. Guerra, a freshman from Beaverton, Oregon, and he takes a first pitch high, ball and no strikes. Guerra has plus power. He's out of Westview High School. Good build for the 6'3" freshman backstop. He's up 1-0 in the count. The next pitch low to him, 2 balls and no strikes. So 2 runs for the Beavers in the top of the first on no hits, and the 2-0 pitch. Fastball catches the knees at 91, and Guerra takes it for strike 1, 2-1. McMillan, a tremendous closer last year at San Jacinto in California. Is 2-1 pitch. Another good fastball catching the knees for strike 2. It's 2-2 to Guerra. McMillan trying to strand a pair in the top of the first. Forrester at second, Melton at third. 2 outs and already 2-0 Oregon State in the visitors' half. Crowd comes alive for the 2-2 offering, and McMillan will pause on that and look over at third. Send Melton back to the bag. One error here in the inning for the Cougars as well. The 2-2 pitch, that's cut on and missed, and a tag applied by Cresswells. That'll end the top of the first for Oregon State. Couple stranded in scoring position, but the Beavers get 2. Cougar bats with their first swings when we come back after this from Learfield.
A lot goes into Washington State athletes reaching peak performance for game day, including the right nutrition. At Wilbur Ellis, we know that healthy crop performance requires the same attention to nutrition as an athlete. That's why we use benchmark data points to maximize crop productivity through nutrient efficiency. For 100 years, family-owned Wilbur Ellis has been partnering with Washington's farmers to grow healthier crops. That is the winning ag experience for Cougar Nation, locally provided by Wilbur Ellis.
The Clearwater River Casino and Lodge proudly supports Washington State University Athletics, the premier venue for events and entertainment, located 4 miles east of Lewiston, Idaho. Come hit the jackpot with us, with over 600 gaming machines, saltwater pool, restaurant, and giant screens in the Stadium Sports Bar. Owned and operated by the Nez Perce Tribe, our hospitality is legendary. Stay, play, and get away with the Clearwater River Casino. Go Cougs!
Washington State will get its first swings this afternoon, trailing 4th-ranked Oregon State 2-0 into the bottom of the first inning as Brock Townsend warms up on the mound for the Beavers. The right-handed junior this season, 8 innings, 4 earned runs, 8 Ks to 1 walk. The batting order for the Cougars, Kyle Russell, the second baseman, will lead it off, followed by Colin Montez, who's out in right field. Jacob McKeon hits third. He's been at first. Justin Vanderbrake in left at batting cleanup. Then Cody Colton, the shortstop, hits fifth, and the lineup changes in Game 3 of this series for the Cougs with Keith Jones, the second, DHing and hitting sixth. Elijah Hainline in at third base, batting seventh. Will Cresswell does the catching and hits eighth, and Kyler Stancato, the center fielder, rounding out the order for WSU. So Kyle Russell will lead it off for the Cougars, bottom of the first. And Brian Green in the pregame said, all right, time to go. Time to get these bats rolling. Game number 15 of the season for the Cougs. And the first pitch by Russell fouled out of play on the first base side, 0-1. Very windy afternoon in Pullman. Some sunshine working its way in over home plate now. The 2-2 pitch to Russell. 0-1 pitch, rather, excuse me. The board's still caught up from where it was at the end of the top of the first. It's a ball and a strike to Kyle Russell as it missed low and outside. Now the 1-1. Off the hands, foul ground, long run for Smith, and he won't make it to the dugout. So it's a ball and 2 strikes to Kyle Russell. You may have heard an operations person from Washington State saying they're working on the scoreboard. It's frozen inside the ballpark at 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, where it was in the top of the first. They're letting the home plate umpire know they're working on it. The 1-2 pitch to Russell, and it's chopped foul on the third base side. Russell has won for his last 11, did extend an 8-game on-base streak yesterday as he was hit by a pitch in the first inning. Townsend peering in over his glove, the 1-2 delivery. Low and outside. Nice stop, sliding to the right for Gavin Logan. Logan, a good catcher for the Beavers. From out of Canada, does come from a hockey background. The 2-2 pitch, low and away, and Russell not going after it. The count full to the Cougar leadoff man in the bottom of the first. The Cougs trailing 2-0. Townsend trying to keep an outside from Russell. Here's his 3-2 pitch. Hammered up the middle by Russell. Good fastball hitting, turns 93 right back up the box. And the Cougars with a leadoff man in the bottom of the first. 7-pitch at bat ends in a single right up the middle for Kyle Russell. Bring up Colin Montez for the Cougs, who had a big 2-run shot yesterday in the second inning. So Russell will get his lead off of first. Nobody out. Lead off of first for Russell, and the first pitch to Montez is low, a ball and no strikes. Montez, a lefty hitting sixth-year senior from Tulalip, Washington. If he can turn one around to the wind howling out to right field, we'd have no trouble today. Another pitch low to Montez, 2 balls and no strikes. For Montez, it was home run number 2 on the season yesterday. 7 homers a year ago for the Cougar outfielder. With a runner on, here comes the 2-0 pitch. Check swing, and it's inside. Montez does hold back, 3 balls and no strikes. So Brock Townsend, the Oregon State right-hander, having some of the same struggles that we saw from Cole McMillan in the top half of this inning with finding the zone. It is 3-0 to Montez with a man on. Cougars trailing 2-0 in the first. The stretch and the pitch. Low for ball 4, and Montez works a 4-pitch walk. So he's on. Russell goes to second, and the Cougs have their first 2 aboard in the bottom of the first, with Jacob McKeon, the first baseman, coming up next. Defensively for the Beavers, they look like this. Gavin Logan doing the catching for Brock Townsend. Mason Guerra at third base. Kyle Dernetti at short. Travis Pizzana at second. Tanner Smith at first. Wade Meckler's in left. Jacob Melton in center. Justin Boyd in right for the Beavers. So McKeon from the right side. 2 aboard already for the Cougs, and the pitch is low. A slider to McKeon, a ball and no strikes. It's now been a string of misses for Townsend. 7 straight out of the zone is 1-0. Low and outside, and it's 8 straight. And right away, Gavin Logan turns, throws his right hand up to umpire Angel Campos, and trots out to the mound to talk with Brock Townsend. 8 straight pitches he's missed with, and the Cougars have first and second, nobody out, and a 2-0 count for Jacob McKeon. McKeon, who this year is hitting .267 with 9 runs driven in, a homer, and 3 doubles. The 2-0 from Townsend, and that is a fastball over the zone. McKeon making sure to see a strike, 2-1. Townsend comes in with a 4.50 ERA. With runners on, though, opponents are hitting .400 against Townsend. That's the spot here for McKeon. The 2-1 pitch. Hit at short. This will be played by Dernetti to Pizzana for 1. Relay to first. Double play right when Brock Townsend needed it. 6-4-3. First two outs for the Cougars today. Kyle Russell does go to third, but that's a big sigh of relief on the mound now for Brock Townsend, as he's an out away from getting out of the inning untouched. Cougars hit into a double play in the first inning yesterday as well. Justin Vanderbrake, Cougar left fielder, trying to at least get Kyle Russell home in the first. He's 90 feet away. First pitch to Vanderbrake. Takes a breaking ball, and that cuts to the knees for strike one. Vanderbrake coming off a big weekend last week. It's had a rough series, 0 for 8 so far at the plate. The 0-1 pitch. Fouled over the first base side, and Townsend's ahead, 0-2. Townsend has a fastball that works in the upper 80s. Specializes in some sinking action. Likes to spin the ball, and if he can keep it down today, it should serve him well on a windy day in the Northwest. He's up 0-2 to Vanderbrake, a strike away from getting Oregon State out of the first inning unscathed. The 0-2 pitch, well outside. Easy take for Vanderbrake, a ball and 2 strikes. First weekend of Pac-12 play in the home opening weekend for the Cougars. Trying to grab a first inning run here. Townsend's 1-2 offering. Outside with the fastball well away from Vanderbrake, 2-2. Vanderbrake is from Yakima. He had a brother who carved out a tremendous career at Gonzaga. The younger came on the Palouse to play for the Cougs. The 2-2 pitch. Up the middle, Vanderbrake tags the mound with it as it gets a little upshoot into center. RBI single for Justin Vanderbrake, and the Cougars are on the board in the home first. Another good piece of hitting for Washington State, right back up the middle. RBI number 11 on the year for Vanderbrake. And they'll bring up Cody Colden. So the score is now 2-1. Washington State with the first 2 hits of this ball game. Colden in at the right side, moving out of the 2 spot in the order for Brian Green, where he was the first couple games of the series. First pitch swinging, high chopper at short. This will take a good throw to beat him to first, and it does from Kyle Dernetti over to Tanner Smith. Bang, bang at the bag, and they've got it as out number 3. Cougars do get a run on 2 hits. RBI single for Justin Vanderbrake in the first. After 1, number 4, Oregon State 2, Washington State 1. This is Cougar Baseball from Learfield.
Get game day ready at Rosars. Rosars is a proud sponsor of WSU Athletics and your headquarters for keeping snacks stocked up for game time. You'll find the largest craft beer selection, local and imported wines, and all the makings for your favorite cocktails. And while you're there, stock up on your favorite deli snacks, pizza, rotisserie chickens, and ribs. Don't just watch the game, experience it with your favorite game time foods. Get game day ready at Rosars.
Did you disagree with that call the ref just made? Maybe it's time you had your eyes checked. Rolling Hills Eye Care provides comprehensive eye and vision exams for the entire family at both their Pullman and Colfax locations. Visit them at rollinghillseyecare.com and schedule your appointment today. That's rollinghillseyecare.com.
Windy day in Pullman, a 2-1 score heading to the second inning. Tanner Smith, Kyle Dernetti, Wade Meckler for the 4th-ranked Beavers in the second. As they have that 1-run lead through the first. First pitch from Cole McMillan in inning number 2, low and outside for ball 1 to Smith. McMillan threw 27 pitches in the first, is 1-0. Inside edge of the plate, catches for a strike 1-1. Of his first 29 pitches, only 11 strikes, so he's still trying to dial it in here at the start of the second. McMillan's 1-1. Foul back. A little zip over the top of the press box. Ball and 2 strikes to Smith. Oregon State 11-1 to start the season. They lost on Sunday in a 1-run game to UC Irvine last weekend. Cougars are 7-7 now. Looking for Pac-12 win number 1, the 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball, looked close, but called ball 2. So 2-2 to Tanner Smith. Oregon State has taken 4 of the last 5 series played in Pullman. The 2-2 pitch fades low and outside to Smith, and it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. And kind of out of nowhere, some rain has started falling here at Bailey Brayton Field. So the payoff pitch, swung on and missed. A fastball on the lower half. Smith can't catch up to it. And back-to-back punch-outs back to the first inning for Cole McMillan and the Cougs. Washington State came into play today, 3rd in the conference in strikeouts. They've thrown 152 now on the season. Cougars tallied 9 yesterday, 10 on Friday. Kyle Dernetti, the shortstop, takes a fastball high, ball and no strikes. As quickly as the rain came here this afternoon, it seems to have started to subside already. A 1-0 pitch low and inside to Kyle Dernetti, 2 balls and no strikes. There's not much showing in the forecast by rain this afternoon, so if it is here, it shouldn't stick around. Fastball catches the outside edge to Dernetti, 2 balls and 1 strike. McMillan still working quickly. His 2-1 pitch. Outside half away from Dernetti. 3 balls and 1 strike. Oregon State extends its first inning run advantage on opponents this year to 24-5 as the 3-1 pitch from McMillan rides outside from Dernetti, and he walks with 1 out in the top of the second. Already the 4th walk issued for Cole McMillan. He walked Meckler, Boyd, and Forrester in the first, and the Forrester walk came with the bases loaded, forcing home Oregon State's first run. They also got an RBI ground out from Gavin Logan. Back to the top of the order for Wade Meckler. First pitch to Meckler, swung on and missed on the lower half. Had him fooled on a pitch low, and it's 0-1. Meckler has 6 multi-hit games for the Beavers this year. The junior from California, Esperanza High School in Yorba Linda, California. The 0-1 pitch, swung on and missed, gets away from Cresswell to his left. He's not going to throw to second, and a read on the ball, and the turf has Dernetti up to second. Pass ball in the first inning for Will Cresswell, but that one likely to be a wild pitch. It was swung on and missed by Meckler, so it's 0-2 with 1 out. McMillan trying to post a 3rd strikeout to the last 4 batters. Here's his 0-2. And grounded back behind the plate off the underside of the barrel, so we'll do it again at 0-2. Oregon State last year started 10-2 in their first 12, a game better this season. That included a 10-game winning streak at the start of the year. Now the 0-2 pitch. Low, gets away from Cresswell to his right, but he keeps eyes on Dernetti. So he'll stay back at second base, a ball and 2 strikes. Cougar students calling out to Cole McMillan, looking for strikeout number 3. He's trying to get it done with a runner in scoring position. Just 1-2 pitch. Grounded foul, first base side. A couple 2-strike pitches fought off here by Meckler after he walked in that first at-bat earlier in the ballgame. Similar start today for Oregon State with runners in scoring position, 0 for 4. They had a rough go of it yesterday in game 2 of the series as well. They left a lot out on the bases. McMillan turning off, showing a throw back to second with Dernetti. More or less just to reset that pitch clock. Now ready for his 1-2 pitch. And that bounces. No swing from Meckler. 2 balls, 2 strikes. "44 pitches for McMillan already. Oregon State having no trouble working the pitch count up here in inning number 2. McMillan still stuck on 2 strikes. And his 2-2. Fastball, called strike 3 at 90 miles an hour. Meckler looking around for help. That's the 3rd strikeout for Cole McMillan. And his 2nd of inning number 2, 3 strikeouts to the last 4 batters, with Travis Bazzana coming up next for the Beavers. Let's make it 0 for 5 now for Oregon State with runners in scoring position. One of those offers, a productive ground out for an RBI back in the first inning for Gavin Logan. Bazzana lined to second his first time up. McMillan will step off the rubber and look the runner, Dernetti, back to second base. Oregon State still searching for its first hit. 4 walks, an error, a wild pitch, and a pass ball have moved the runners. Fly ball in the air to left field. This is no man's land down the left field line, and it's in just fair for Travis Bazzana. Around third to score is Dernetti. Bazzana stops at second, and it was inches away from being strike 1 to Bazzana. Instead, it's a parachute RBI double down the left field line. And Oregon State leads 3-1 in the top of the second. Tough luck for McMillan, who had Bazzana jammed, creating that pop-up down the line. Now faces Justin Boyd. Misses outside to Boyd on the first pitch, 1-0. Boyd, one of the 4 walks so far. That was the first Oregon State hit on the double down the line. So McMillan gets ready again. He looks behind. Here's his 1-0 pitch. And too high to Boyd. 2 balls and no strikes. Scoring position for Travis Bazzana now. After he converted just a moment ago for the Beavers, who are scoring 10 runs per game, leading the Pac-12 and number 10 nationally. To a fastball too high to Boyd. 3 balls, no strikes. Cougars were just a hair over 7 runs per game last year. One of the better offenses in the country, top 30. Been a little cooler to start 22. The 3-0 pitch finds the knees to Boyd's surprise, 3-1. couple of those quizzical looks have come back towards Angel Campos here in the early couple innings. 2 outs, 3-1 the count, 3-1. Oregon State leads top of inning number 2. McMillan checks his 3-1 pitch. Inner half called strike 2. And he's worked it back to full now, 3-2. A chance to collect 3 punch-outs in the inning, but a run already home for the Beavers. McMillan trying to manifest his 4th K. The 3-2 pitch way outside. Wild pitch past Cresswell to the backstop. Bazana is on the move to third. Boyd walks for a second time. You wonder if that's a little bit of slippage for McMillan on the damp conditions. He lost it off the hand. Regardless, it's first and third. 5 walks by McMillan here in the opening 2 innings. But still a chance to get out with only 1 run scoring with 2 outs here in the top of the second. Has to get Jacob Melton, who has emerged as one of the leading hitters in the Pac-12 this year. The pitch to Melton, hammered down the right field line. That's a fair ball, and it's into the corner. Racing to it is Montez. 1 scores. That's Logan for Oregon State. Coming around on a relay that's off target to score is Boyd all the way from first. And Melton, a 2 RBI double down the right field line to give Oregon State a 5-1 advantage in the top of the second. Wasted no time on a 2 RBI double. And good base running by Justin Boyd, using that speed to go first to home. 3 runs home in the second for Oregon State. And they've already got 5 in the opening 2. Garrett Forrester, the designated hitter, up next. McMillan checks back. The pitch to Forrester, hit hard on the ground at Russell at second. He boots it, gets to it by his right shoe, and luckily it was a hot shot at him as he picks it up and throws to first in time for out number 3. Oregon State, though, scores 3 runs, a pair of walks, a pair of doubles, and the Beavers extend their lead 5-1. Washington State back to the plate after this from Learfield.
That to-do list you have needs one more thing. Chill. It's an easy thing to do. Just crack open an ice-cold Coors Light and chill. Take the afternoon off and binge watch anything. Go to happy hour and stay for a couple hours. Who's counting anyways? Or hang out with just your dog, because you've had enough human interaction this week. Whatever you do, do it with a Coors Light. Mountain cold refreshment made to chill. 2020 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Celebrate responsibly.
I'm Ian McGregor of the McGregor Company. We view our role as that of a partner. What we earn here, we invest here, just as we have for more than 130 years.
McGregor's gives back to the community. When my oldest son was in grade school, McGregor's even sponsored his AU basketball, supporting FFA, all that stuff. So it's not just that they're in the chemical business, they are in the community business.
The McGregor Company, dedicated people who care.
I'm Jeff Anderson. Dad started doing business with McGregor Company for 40 years. We've been with them ever since.
Some work to do for Washington State into the bottom of the second. Cougars trailing 4th-ranked Oregon State 5-1. Trevor Williams in for Matt Chasnow this weekend. Brett Weissman taking care of things in our studio. Jared Prengruber for Pac-12 Plus. No matter where you're watching or listening today, welcome on in. Keith Jones the second, the designated hitter to lead off the second for Washington State. This is his second start of the year. He made 8 starts on his freshman campaign. Jones is second, a sophomore from Brentwood, California, Heritage High School. Takes a first pitch fastball in the mid-80s from Brock Townsend for strike 1. 2 in the first, 3 in the second for Oregon State. Cougars had 1 run last inning. Jones fouling off the 0-1. It's 0-2. Cougars started off first and second, nobody out, but a double play helped out Brock Townsend in the first. His 0-2 pitch. Outside half away from Keith Jones, the second. Ball and 2 strikes. Brian Green mentioned Jones, a left-handed bat. The Cougars work into the lineup along with Kyler Stancato batting ninth. Jones hops one towards the first base side. It's off the glove of Smith and away into right field. Jones rounding first. He'll take the big turn head to second, and he's in safely standing up. Time is called. And if that's an error at first for Oregon State, it's their first since February 24th. It will be ruled a hit down the line by Jones the second. So a double for Keith Jones the second. And a good start to his afternoon in Pullman. So he's into scoring position with nobody out. And Elijah Hainline, the third baseman for the Cougars, stepping in next. Townsend's first pitch to Hainline. Outer half called a strike. It got on Tanner Smith quickly over at first base. Smith just a freshman for the Beavers. Townsend looking twice behind his 0-1. Swung on and missed by Hainline off the outside half. It's 0-2. Hainline, a local product for the Cougars. He's from Meade High School in Spokane. Perfect game, had him as the second best shortstop out of the state of Washington when he joined WSU. The 0-2 pitch, low and outside, a ball and 2 strikes. He had to help out in place of Kyle Russell, who had a couple stitches early in the season, took a cleat to the leg at second base. And Hainline awfully serviceable there. Trying to get it done at the plate here in the second inning. Cougs back by 4, the 1-2 pitch. Up helmet level to Hainline, and the count evens at 2. The Cougars last in the Pac-12 in extra base hits, but getting a double to start off the home second from Keith Jones the second. The 2-2 pitch. Hainline takes inside, and the count's full. Cougars are also last in average right now in the Pac-12. Cold start at the plate, but 3 hits so far today. The payoff pitch to Hainline. That's fouled on the first base side. We'll do it again at 3-2. Yeah, well, it's been a slow start for the Cougars. There's a ton of talent up and down the lineup for Washington State. Part of the byproduct in this series has just been the excellent pitching from Oregon State. Another payoff pitch from Townsend to Hainline. And he hits it in the air down the right field line. And that'll clang off the indoor training facility for the Cougs and eventually into the beer garden. Still 3-2. Beer garden's a little light on a Sunday. Rain has subsided in Pullman. Still windy conditions out to right field. Payoff pitch for a third time to Hainline from Townsend. And it's cracked at short. Off to his left to get it, Dernetti, and he throws a dart over to Smith for out number 1. A good defensive play by Kyle Dernetti. Will Cresswell, the Cougar catcher, up next with 1 out. Keith Jones on at second base. And the Cougs trailing the Beavers 5-1 here in Pullman this afternoon. On the opening weekend in the Pac-12, Oregon State's 2-0, of course. Their rivals, the Oregon Ducks, have stunned top 5 Stanford in back-to-back games to open a weekend series in California. And a drive up the middle by Cresswell. This will get past a lunging Dernetti. Jones, the second, had to stay to make sure it would get through. So he's going to get to third on a single to center for Will Cresswell. 4th hit for the Cougars, and they go 1st and 3rd with 1 out now in the bottom of the 2nd. With Kyler Stancato stepping up next. Stancato, the center fielder from Glendale, Arizona, Mountain Ridge High School. His uncle's well known in the Pacific Northwest. That's Mike Blowers, former Mariner and current TV commentator for Seattle. The corner runners 1 out for Stancato. The first pitch to him, hit towards left center field, has a chance to be a gap shot. A jumping catch by Meckler off to his left side will be good for the out. Jones, the second, tags up, and the throw comes back to the infield behind second. So it'll be a sac fly for Stancato. The RBI out number 2 for the Cougars, but it does bring home run number 2, and the Cougs are back 5-2. Before we go to the top of the order and Kyle Russell, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification from Learfield. So Kyle Russell now with 2 outs. He's first pitch swinging for the Cougs, lofts it to right, and it's going to be a lazy fly at Justin Boyd. So on 1 pitch, Kyle Russell is gone in the home half of the 2nd. Cougars add another run on 2 hits, 1 runner left aboard. A sac fly for Kyler Stancato makes it 5-2 Oregon State. 3rd inning next after this from Learfield.
Ferrante's Marketplace Cafe is a proud sponsor of Washington State Athletics. With our thin crust pizzas and calzones, fresh pastas and salad, and 18 flavors of gelato, there's something for everyone. And with options to dine in, take out, or get family style to go, you can enjoy Ferrante's any way you want. Call us today at 509-443-6304. That's 509-443-6304. Or go to doitalian.com. Ferrante's Marketplace Cafe, Spokane's best Italian.
Oh, so I should save all my money.
Yep, make room under that mattress.
Okay, no big purchases then.
But you should put 20% down on a house as soon as you can.
Hold on, you literally just said
Yeah, I know what I said.
There's a lot of questionable money advice out there. For financial knowledge that can help you reach your version of success, come to Gisa Credit Union. We can walk you through everything you need to feel confident about your finances. There's a healthier approach to money. Find it at Gisa Credit Union. Gisa is an equal opportunity lender.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by Washington State University. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of Washington State University and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by Washington State University.
Gavin Logan leads off the 3rd inning for Oregon State. They lead your Washington State Cougars 5-2. And Logan takes a first pitch strike from Cole McMillan. Left-hander out for his 3rd frame. He's now 55 pitches deep and is 0-1 inside to Logan. He has to turn away from it. 1 ball, 1 strike. Logan with home runs in games 1 and 2 of the series. He's now driven in 5 runs with his RBI ground out back in the 1st. And he takes outside half for a called strike 2, 1-2. He was able to drive in Justin Boyd on a ground ball in the 1st inning. Beavers 2 in the 1st, 3 in the 2nd. And off the hands for Logan into left field. It's lined at Vanderbrake. And the left-on-left matchup. McMillan jams him and wins it with the line out. 1 gone for the Beavers to start the visitors' 3rd. The Cougars, on the other hand, if you're just joining us, they scored a run in the 1st on an RBI single up the middle for Justin Vanderbrake. And Kyler Stancato in the gap, a sac fly on a tremendous catch by Wade Meckler. Last half inning, Mason Guerra, the 3rd baseman for Oregon State, takes a fastball up high, 1-0. Guerra struck out on a 2-2 pitch back in the 1st inning that ended the 2-run first for the Beavers. 1-0 for McMillan. Misses away. 2 balls and no strikes. Oregon State is a program on a great run, a streak of 4 consecutive regionals for the Beavers. 7 times they've made it to Omaha. Their last in 2018 was a national championship trip. The 2-0 bounces into Guerra, 3 balls, no strikes. It's the kind of consistency Brian Green wants to build in Pullman as a 3-0 fastball misses inside, and Guerra 4-pitch walk with 1 out in the top of the third for the Beavers. That is walk number 6, surrendered by McMillan. Came into this one 20 strikeouts to 6 walks. And that was over 14 innings on the year. He's had 6 walks and just 2 1/3 today. With Tanner Smith, the Oregon State first baseman, next. McMillan checks first. Here's his pitch to Smith. Ground ball towards the center of the diamond. Russell steps on second himself as it pulled him there, and he throws to first for the inning-ending double play. 4-3, and that does it for Oregon State in the top of the third. Cougars trail by 3, 5-2. They're coming back to the plate after this, facing Oregon State from Learfield.
Start enjoying your maintenance-free lifestyle today with Choices. Bishop Place Senior Living has many options to explore depending on the level of care you need. Bishop Place has a wide range of activities, social events, and fitness options depending on your interests. We also have housekeeping and dining service. Less worry, less chores, more life, and more choices. Visit us on the web at bishopplace.net or call to schedule your tour today. We can't wait to see you.
It's time to bring the big game to your backyard. With battery power made by Steel. Our AK Homeowner Series battery tools start at just $199.99. Find yours at over 10,000 local dealers. Steel is a proud supporter of your Washington State Cougars. Real Steel. Find yours. All prices SNW SRP.
Bottom half of the third inning coming up in Pullman. 4th-ranked Oregon State on the Palouse to take on the Washington State Cougars. Cougars do trail by 3 going to the home half, 5-2, but already 4 hits for Washington State. Cougars had just 12 combined in the first 2 games, 7 on Friday, 5 yesterday. Bats converting, a little higher clip here in the early going for Washington State today, and Colin Montez to lead off the third for the Cougars. Brock Townsend into his 3rd inning of work, and the first pitch to Montez skied on the infield. This will be behind the mound. It's being called by both Smith and Guerra, and Smith makes the catch, just twisting over Guerra, the first baseman, with it. Adventurous high pop-up on the infield. That is out number 1 for the Cougars in the bottom of the third. Jacob McKeon, the first baseman, next for Wazoo. Cougs turned a double play in the top half to get out of the frame. And a fastball just misses off the lower outside edge to McKeon, 1-0. McKeon, an outstanding freshman campaign last year, takes the strike on the outside half, 1-1. Took over a starting role in the outfield for the Cougs in Corvallis last year against these Beavers. A 1-1 pitch. Swung on, foul tip to the glove of Logan, who hangs on a ball and 2 strikes. But McKeon doubled and homered against the Beavers last year. Hit into a double play in the first and grounds the 1-2 pitch over to third. Guerra's up with it over to Smith. And that's 2 up, 2 down for Washington State in the home half of inning number 3. Mentioned coming up for the Cougars on the schedule, a midweek game in Bellevue against Seattle U, and then a 3-game series against the rival Washington Huskies. It starts a stretch of 9 straight away from home, as the Cougars won't return to Pullman until April 1st. First pitch, a fastball to Justin Vanderbrake, catches the knees for strike one. It includes midweek games against Seattle U, Santa Clara, and BYU. A road Pac-12 series against Washington and Stanford. And a pitch low and outside on the 0-1 to Vanderbrake, 1 ball and 1 strike. The Cougars a backloaded home schedule this year. The 1-1 pitch, cut on and missed by Vanderbrake, a ball and 2 strikes. They have late season series the end of April into the beginning of May against USC, non-conference Utah Valley, and Arizona State. Cal's in the middle of April in Utah, as there are less home opportunities in the past to catch the Cougars in Pullman. 1-2 to Vanderbrake inside. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Be 19 home games for the Cougars this year. Trailing 5-2 in the third, the 2-2 pitch to Vanderbrake. Knocked up the middle, and he's got a pair of singles. This one on the turf into center field. And a 2-out base runner for the Cougars in the home half of the third, trailing by 3 runs. We'll bring up Cody Colden, the shortstop, next. We were talking about the Pac-12 through play yesterday. The only 2-0 teams so far, Oregon State and Oregon. For the Ducks, locked up a series win against top 5 Stanford yesterday. Bunt shown by Colden, lays at third base side. This is drifting to the foul line, and it'll roll foul. As Colden had popped it up, he was going to have plenty of speed to get there, but he couldn't keep it fair. And it's 0-1 to Colden. Cougars could have had a tying run, and Keith Jones, the second, coming to the plate. So far, series splits for Arizona Cal, USC, UCLA, Utah, UW, all playing rubber matches today. Stanford and Washington State are the teams trying to salvage a series, and Arizona State has not started conference action yet. The 0-1 pitch to Colden, a fastball at the knees for strike 2. So 2 outs, Vanderbrake on at first. Cougars trail 5-2. Stanford, Arizona, Oregon State, and UCLA, all favorites in the Pac-12 this year. The 0-2 pitch, low and inside to Colden, a ball and 2 strikes. D1 Baseball has Stanford, Arizona, Oregon State, UCLA, Oregon as projected postseason teams this year, with Cal, Arizona State, and Washington State right on the outside. Check over at first. And diving back in, Justin Vanderbrake. So 1-2 the count. Cougars trying to extend this third inning with 2 outs. And the 1-2 pitch. Hit in the air to right field. Colden trying to get it going opposite way with the wind. It takes Boyd onto the track, and he makes the catch off his left side for out number 3. It got close with the wind pushing that way, but the Cougars get a 2-out single from Justin Vanderbrake and leave him aboard. First third is over. 4th-ranked Oregon State with a 5-2 lead over your Washington State Cougars here from Learfield.
Boost Collaborative is a proud sponsor of Cougar Baseball and is a proud supporter of people with disabilities on the Palouse. For over 50 years, Boost Collaborative has been here to help families and their toddlers meet developmental milestones. For youth and adults, Boost provides job placement, on-the-job training, and follow-along supports. Now you can play a part in Boost's success through your donations and purchases at Palouse Treasures Thrift Store in Pullman. Boost Collaborative, empowering people with disabilities on the Palouse. Go Cougs!
All right, so let's talk some snack. There's a new satisfying stop on the road, a destination that'll make sure you never run on empty. And no, we're not just talking about your car. We're talking about Nom Nom. That's right, Nom Nom. It's the quick stop where you'll always leave with your belly happy, your thirst quenched, and your tank full. A snack-obsessed oasis that believes you should look forward to your next fill-up. Nom Nom. Life in the snack lane.
in Pullman on a cooler, windy day on the Palouse. And first pitch swinging to Kyle Dernetti, the shortstop, in the top of the fourth. He skies it to right center, and Kyler Stancato off to his left to make the catch for out number one. Fourth-ranked Oregon State leads Washington State 5-2 here at the start of the fourth. And a one-pitch out for Cole McMillan, who's now thrown 64 pitches through 3 1/3 innings. Goes back to the top of the order to face Wade Meckler of the Beavers. The pitch for McMillan. A little too high for ball one. Cougars were vying for a late surge at the end of the third inning. Warning track fly out for Cody Colden to right field. The 1-0 pitch. Knee high, there's a strike to Wade Meckler, and the Cougar dugout was all about it. Oregon State not happy with the call on the first base side, 1-1. Up at third base for the Cougars, Hainline even with the bag. 1-1 pitch low and inside to Meckler, 2 balls and a strike. Meckler working on an 8-game hitting streak. Walked in the first, came to score on a bases-loaded walk. Struck out looking in the second. The 2-1 from McMillan. Outside half fastball launched the other way. Opposite field power with Vanderbrake giving chase. One step onto the warning track towards the foul pole, makes the catch. And that's out number 2. Meckler giving it a ride that direction, but it was fighting the wind. And it's 2 gone for the Beavers in the top of the fourth, trailing 5-2. Travis Bazzana, the second baseman now for Oregon State. McMillan looking for a 1-2-3 top of the fourth. And his first pitch to Bazzana hit towards second. Russell giving a run to it. It's past him into right center field. And Bazzana's got a single, following up his RBI double in the second. So a 2-out base runner for Oregon State.
Right fielder number 4, Justin Boyd.
That on hit number 3 for the Beavers. Justin Boyd, the right fielder, up next. He's walked and come to score twice. Bazzana's series continues as he's got 4 hits now in Pullman. First pitch to Boyd. Bazzana takes off. Cresswell throwing on it low, and it's into the leg of Bazzana, but he's safe at second. And he knocked the ball down. It stayed right with him at second base. A stolen base for Travis Bazzana on the first pitch, and his 4th steal of the season. Hasn't been caught. Pitch missed the zone as well. It's a 1-0 to Justin Boyd. 2 outs now, man in scoring position for the Beavers, where they are 2 for 8 today. The 1-0 pitch. Low and away for ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes to Boyd. Walked on a 3-1 pitch in the first and a payoff pitch in the second. Justin Boyd. He's had 2-0 here. Came into this game hitting .405, the 2-0 pitch. A check swing, and it's low and inside for ball 3. So Boyd trying to keep it rolling for the Beavers after the first 2 were out here in the inning. And the next pitch, fastball over the zone. No, it's outside. Even Boyd was about to stay put, but it's called ball 4. And Boyd, the 7th walk issued by Cole McMillan on the game today. And it's first and second with 2 outs for the Beavers here in the top of the fourth. Jacob Melton, the dangerous cleanup hitter next. Logan and Boyd on ahead of him. And Melton, the 6th best hitter by average in the conference. Trying to make something happen with 2 outs as Anthony Claggett will come out of the Washington State dugout, the third base side, and talk here with Cole McMillan. No one was throwing yet for the Cougars, but they do now send bodies down to the bullpen down the left field line, as this will just be a visit to talk about the situation with the Washington State infield. The Beavers will take a moment to conference at the plate. And 2 outs, 2 on, a 5-2 lead for Oregon State. They'll try to make something happen here at the end of the frame. A reminder for you that the professional bull riders are returning, bigger, badder, and bolder, for an all-new 2022 season. You can join them as PBR invades Washington State. They make the return to Everett and Tacoma April 6th through the 10th. Tickets start at $15. You can get yours today at PBR.com. Get them while you can and find out what it means to be Cowboy. Best guess would be that Anthony Claggett had some words for home plate umpire Angel Campos in that meeting at the mound, as he held it there for a bit once Campos came out to join the conversation. First and second, 2 outs. Cougars trail by 3, and McMillan's pitch to Melton swung on and missed. Chased in the turf 0-1. Both sides at times have felt pressed on the zone so far this afternoon. Cougars certainly thought so on the 4-pitch walk to Justin Boyd before this at-bat to Melton. Trying to hang consecutive scoreless innings on the Beavers. The 0-1 pitch swung on and missed again. Slider from McMillan off that outside half, and Melton couldn't catch it, so it's 0-2. Melton, 2 home runs on Friday, an insurance shot yesterday, and a 2 RBI double today. He's been the player of the series at the plate for Oregon State. He's behind a McMillan here, 0-2. And McMillan plunks one down low. Ball and 2 strikes. Melton in the offseason, well, the middle of last season, carried into the offseason for Oregon State, had labrum surgery, only played 25 games last year. But he's the Pac-12 leader in ribbies, and his 1-2 ripped down the right field line, but it turns foul. So do it again at a ball and 2 strikes. Melton expanded on that Pac-12 leading 25 RBI mark. He's up to 27. His OPS is off the charts, coming in at 1.328 this year. The 1-2 pitch, line to left field. This will sit down in front of Vanderbrake. Wheels on around third for Bazana. He comes home to score, and a 3rd RBI in the game for Jacob Melton. He's got a couple hits now. A solid 15-game hitting streak. And he gives Oregon State a 6-2 advantage in the top of the 4th. First and second now with 2 outs for the Beavers. And Melton with RBI number 28. Garrett Forrester, the designated hitter, up next. First pitch to Forrester. North of the zone, a ball, no strikes. So the Beavers continue to put early pressure on Washington State. Bullpen's been stout throughout the series for Oregon State. Go along with good starting pitching. 1-0 from McMillan. Blowing away, 2 balls. Forrester, a consistent hitter at the plate for Oregon State. Just to rack up the quality at-bats. His dad, a former professional baseball player for both the Dodgers and the Angels in the late 80s, early 90s. 2-0 over the zone to Forrester. It's 2 balls and a strike. So he's been calm at the plate, and it's a really tough lineup to face with Oregon State 1 through 5 having it pretty well set. Both runners take off 2-1. It's hit down the right field line and tailing foul. Boy, that would have been a monstrous hit and run for Oregon State. It landed in fair. It was going to score Boyd and Melton easily. It's 2-2 instead, though, to McMillan. Beavers knew the last thing that McMillan could have in that spot was go 3-1, so they rolled the dice with a chance to get the guys rolling on that 2-1 pitch. It's 2-2. McMillan has 3 punch-outs. His fourth could get the Cougars out of the top of the fourth. 2-2 pitch, fouled back. And another 2-2 offering coming up to Garrett Forrester. Pac-12 honorable mention last year. Had a 6-hit series against the Cougars last season. Went 0 for 4 game 1, 0 for 2 yesterday. And he's 0 for 1 today. So trying to check in with a hit. McMillan will look back to second. Still 2-2 the count. Runners to their leads once again. McMillan's 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Chased by Forrester on the lower half. Not before Oregon State does some big damage with 2 outs in the top of the fourth. The Beavers, 2 hits, 2 runners left on, and behind 3 ribbies from Jacob Melton. They lead at 6-2. Home fourth next from Learfield.
That to-do list you have needs one more thing. Chill. It's an easy thing to do. Just crack open an ice-cold Coors Light and chill. Take the afternoon off and binge watch anything. Go to happy hour and stay for a couple hours. Who's counting anyways? Or hang out with just your dog, because you've had enough human interaction this week. Whatever you do it with a Coors Light. Mountain cold refreshment made to chill. 2020 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Celebrate responsibly.
A lot goes into Washington State athletes reaching peak performance for game day, including the right nutrition. At Wilbur Ellis, we know that healthy crop performance requires the same attention to nutrition as an athlete. That's why we use benchmark data points to maximize crop productivity through nutrient efficiency. For 100 years, family-owned Wilbur Ellis has been partnering with Washington's farmers to grow healthier crops. That is the winning ag experience for Cougar Nation, locally provided by Wilbur Ellis.
Keith Jones II, Elijah Hainline, Will Cresswell due up for Washington State into the bottom half of the fourth inning. As Oregon State has continued to put pressure on the Cougars in this series. 6 runs, 3 of them driven in by Jacob Melton today for the Beavers. Melton in the series has driven in 8 of the Beavers' 24 runs. Keith Jones II starts off the bottom of the fourth for the Cougars. He doubled down the right field line in the second inning. Later came to score on a sacrifice fly for Kyler Stancata. Goes on the first pitch here, knocks it up the middle, past the outstretched glove of the pitcher Townsend, and right up the center of the pike for a leadoff single for Keith Jones II. Pair of at-bats, pair of hits for Jones II in his second start of the year. And he's on with nobody out in the bottom of the fourth. The freshman Elijah Hainline, third baseman for the Cougars, to follow. 6th hit of the game for Washington State. Townsend's first to Hainline. Catches lower inside corner for strike 1. Townsend maybe wouldn't have been in this spot in an ideal world in the preseason. You figured that Will Frisch, Jake Fennigs would be in some combination of 2-3 on the weekend starting rotation for Oregon State. Both are currently injured. The 0-1 pitch to Hainline. Shows a bunt, lays it down on the third base side, but this will hop foul. A good bunt for Hainline speed-wise, but for a second time in this game, the Cougars will have a bunt go foul on the third base side. It's 0-2. And that's a super positive sign for Oregon State. Despite missing Frisch and Fennigs, 2 top 25 draft prospects in the Pac-12 Conference, by the way. Still Oregon State rolling through its schedule to an 11-1 start. The 0-2 pitch. Inside, and that hits Hainline on his left side. Cougars have worn pitches at a high rate in the Pac-12 this season. 24 batters hit by pitch is second best in the league. And with that, Oregon State going to have some bodies moving down in the bullpen. Slow stroll out to the mound for Rich Dorman to talk with Brock Townsend here in the fourth. Sensing a situation where the Cougars could string something together and create some problems. It appears that it's A.J. Lattery warming up in the bullpen for Oregon State. Sophomore 6'5" right-hander from Minnesota. But he's early in his warm-ups. He's not atop the hill yet. Just getting his first stretching tosses out down in the pen. So it'll be Will Cresswell to face Brock Townsend. Keith Jones II on at second base. Elijah Hainline at first. And we'll see what the Washingtonian Cresswell can do after singling in his first at-bat in the second. Cresswell went 0 for 3 with a walk and a run scored back on Friday in his start. Shows a bunt, pulls back on a pitch that drifts low and outside, 1-0. Big opportunity for the Cougars here in the fourth inning to get some runs back, trailing Oregon State by 4, 6-2. The 1-0 stretch pitch to Cresswell shows another bunt, takes it back, and this is called a strike on the outside half, 1-1. So the Cougars seem to be looking for a sacrifice here from Cresswell in the fourth to try to get two in scoring position, with Kyler Stancato on deck and then the top of the order in the hole. Cresswell, again, flashes bunt, pops it to the first base side. It's a slow dribbler at first. It'll be scooped up by Smith, and he puts the tag on Cresswell. Jones to third, Hainline to second. Sacrifice does its job. Out number one, Cougars 2 in scoring position, and Kyler Stancato, the left-handed batter, up next. Still a stiff breeze out to right in Pullman for the left-handed batting Stancato. We plugged one in the gap in left center, but Wade Meckler ran it down in his last at-bat. Fastball finds the inside half for strike one. Meckler had to jump to his left as he was on the run to secure the catch. Was another foot or two away from being extra bases for Stancato. The 0-1 pitch. Knocked up the middle. Stancato drives it through. This will score both runners for Washington State. Good game so far for Kyler Stancato as a 2 RBI single cuts the deficit in half for the Cougars. Pokes it right back up the middle. It scores both Jones the second and Hainline, and the sacrifice plays out beautifully for Washington State. Make it 6-4 now. Top of the order coming up, Kyle Russell, and that'll be it for Brock Townsend. Beavers are out to go get him. It'll be right-hander A.J. Lattery when we come back, the sophomore, to enter the game, and it's a bullpen game for Oregon State now in the bottom of the fourth with 1 out. Cougars 2 runs home already in the frame. They trail 6-4 after this pitching change from Learfield.
A lot goes into Washington State athletes reaching peak performance for game day, including the right nutrition. At Wilbur Ellis, we know that healthy crop performance requires the same attention to nutrition as an athlete. That's why we use benchmark data points to maximize crop productivity through nutrient efficiency. For 100 years, family-owned Wilbur Ellis has been partnering with Washington's farmers to grow healthier crops. That is the winning ag experience for Cougar Nation, locally provided by Wilbur Ellis.
Ferrante's Marketplace Cafe is a proud sponsor of Washington State Athletics. With our thin crust pizzas and calzones, fresh pastas and salad, and 18 flavors of gelato, there's something for everyone. And with options to dine in, take out, or get family style to go, you can enjoy Ferrante's any way you want. Call us today at 509-443-6304. That's 509-443-6304. Or go to doitalian.com. Ferrante's Marketplace Cafe, Spokane's best Italian.
Back in Pullman, a pitching change for Oregon State. Right-hander A.J. Lattery into the game from Prior Lake, Minnesota. Making his fourth appearance, 5 innings of work so far. Hasn't allowed an earned run, 6 strikeouts to 2 walks. And he's given up 5 hits this season. The bullpen has been especially stout for Oregon State over this series. 7 2/3 scoreless innings in the set. They've only given up 2 hits, and they have 5 strikeouts to no walks, as Washington State has come across with 2 runs in the bottom of the 4th. A single for Keith Jones II to start off the inning. Elijah Hainline was hit by a pitch. Then Will Cresswell sacrificed him into scoring position, and Kyler Stancato back up the middle, a 2 RBI single. Stancato has driven in 3 of the Cougar 4 runs so far today. You see Lattery warming up on the mound. If you're watching with us on Pac-12 Plus, if you're with us on the radio, some sunshine has just peeked in from behind home plate. As clouds try to break on the Palouse this afternoon. And it's still a windy one, and going to the top of the order for Kyle Russell, who's 1 for 2 today. Has a .327 average on the season, 18 hits, 6 runs driven in. He's going to try to extend this thing for Washington State in the 4th, try to do some more damage. The Cougars already plating 2. Probably the thinnest crowd of the weekend on hand on this Sunday afternoon, but still quite a few folks hanging in, taking in this Pac-12 opening series for both teams. Lead off at first for Stancato. First pitch to Russell from Lattery. Goes right after it, fouls it off behind the plate, and there goes our crowd mic. Wow, what are the chances? Kyle Russell driving it straight back, and it's 0-1. We'll see if we can get that repaired here at some point. A check over on first base. And Stancato's diving back in. It was a first pitch swinging opportunity right away. The ready in the 0-1 pitch to Russell. And it sits on the lower outside corner. No balls and 2 strikes now. 1 gone for the Cougars. It is by way of a sacrifice bunt here in the inning that put 2 runners in scoring position. Lead off of first base for Kyler Stancato. Lattery's offering up at brim level to Kyle Russell. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The 2 RBI single for Stancato, Washington State's 7th hit of the day. Cougar bats getting it going on this Sunday. Russell now waiting on the 1-2 pitch. Runner shows to go. The pitch is high. Throw back to first, and diving back in safely, Stancato. So it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. So Brock Townsend is out. through 3 1/3 innings. And Lattery replaces him. The 2-2 pitch. Hit off the hands towards short. Slow ground ball. It's going to go to one for Bazana at second base. No back end throw to Smith. And Russell grounds out 6-4 fielder's choice for out number 2. He'll replace Stancano at first base. So 2 outs now for the Cougs. Man on base for Washington State is now Kyle Russell. Colin Montez, power hitting right fielder, aimed at the left side. Wind is in his favor, out to right. First pitch. Montez takes a crack at it and fouls it over the third base side, 0-1. Montez, the home run yesterday, went 1 for 4. Only 1 for 9 in the series. Did walk back in the first inning. The 0-1 pitch. Montez checks his swing, and it's up above the letters for ball 1. Ball and a strike. Kyle Russell on first base for the Cougars has been caught stealing twice this year. Hasn't swiped a bag. We'll see if the Cougs try to get him into scoring position. The 1-1 pitch. Low and outside. 2 balls and a strike to Montez. Beavers are certainly protecting that. They've been able to swing a bit of a shift over for Montez way off the third base line. Mason Guerra on the left side. Second baseman deep in the hole, Bazana. Montez waiting on a 2-1 delivery. Here it comes from Lattery. And that finds the zone. 89 on the fastball from Lattery. Lower half for strike 2. Cougars trying to not let this inning go. 2-2. Oregon State flipping Mason Guerra right of the second base bank. So only the shortstop on the left side, Dernetti. And the 2-2 pitch to Montez. Inside for ball 3. Not to the delight of the Oregon State dugout or fans. They thought they had Montez on the inside half. So count full. 2 outs and a man on for the Cougars, trailing by 2 in the last of the 4th. The 3-2 to Montez. Runner goes with it. Swung on and missed. A fastball ties him up on the inside half. And the first strikeout by an Oregon State pitcher belongs to A.J. Lattery in relief. The Cougars do get 2 runs back in the bottom of the 4th. That's thanks to a 2 RBI single from Kyler Stancato. We'll take it to the 5th next after this from Learfield.
This Washington State University sports broadcast is brought to you in part by Pullman Regional Hospital, the official hospital of Washington State Athletics. The combined expertise of our university and our award-winning hospital is being deployed to provide greater access to resources, education, employment opportunities, and innovations to improve healthcare and health outcomes for all of us. Pullman Regional Hospital and Washington State, partners in excellence.
The Clearwater River Casino and Lodge proudly supports Washington State University Athletics, the premier venue for events and entertainment, located 4 miles east of Lewiston, Idaho. Come hit the jackpot with us, with over 600 gaming machines, saltwater pool, restaurant, and giant screens in the Stadium Sports Bar. Owned and operated by the Nez Perce Tribe, our hospitality is legendary. Stay, play, and get away with the Clearwater River Casino. Go Cougs!
Washington State will dip into its bullpen as well as we head to the 5th inning. Oregon State used it to get the last of the 4th. Colby Kometko for the Cougars making his first appearance of the series. Final line for Cole McMillan, 4 innings, 4 hits, 6 runs, 5 of which came earned. He had 4 strikeouts, but 7 walks surrendered, more than he had all season coming in on 84 pitches for McMillan. So it's now Colby Kometko for the Cougars. Kometko, a right-hander, 6'1", from Phoenix, Arizona, Pinnacle High School. Appearance number 6 for him this year in 5 2/3 innings. He's given up 4 hits, 1 earned run. He has 9 strikeouts to 2 walks. One of the bright stars in this Cougar bullpen, a youngster can really toss it for the Cougs. So they'll look to carve out some big middle innings here and try to get Washington State in a spot to close the gap further on a 6-4 Oregon State lead. The Cougars got 2 runs in the bottom of the 4th. It's Gavin Logan, Mason Guerra, Tanner Smith, 6, 7, 8 for Oregon State in the 5th. So we'll start out for Logan, who got the opportunity as the catcher this year for Oregon State after Trey Clodge transferred to Texas A&M. First pitch to Logan, misses, a ball and no strikes. Logan with the 2 solo home runs on the series. RBI ground out back in the first, and the 1-0 delivery to him. Line to right field. This poke towards the gap. Montez on the run, not going to get there. At 1 hops the fence in right center. Logan on his horse to second. He'll take a feet-first slide and a double for Gavin Logan. His series continues. 4 for 4 on Friday. 2 for 4 yesterday, and he has his first hit of this one. Extra bases to start the 5th for Oregon State. Oregon State making a change here as it's Jake Ducart for Mason Guerrera. And time is called. Washington State's going to talk about this right on left matchup, and they're actually going to make a change. So Colby Kometko, 1 batter, that's it. With Oregon State bringing on a left-handed batter, the Cougars will make a shift in this one as well. 6-4 the score, top of the 5th. Man in scoring position for the Beavers is Gavin Logan when we come back after this. Coug baseball from Learfield.
This Washington State University sports broadcast is brought to you in part by Pullman Regional Hospital, the official hospital of Washington State Athletics. The combined expertise of our university and our award-winning hospital is being deployed to provide greater access to resources, education, employment opportunities, and innovations to improve healthcare and health outcomes for all of us. Pullman Regional Hospital and Washington State, partners in excellence.
You may be eager to break ground on a new outdoor project, but never just start digging. Buried electric and natural gas lines can be anywhere. It's the law to call 811 at least 2 business days before you dig. Spray paint white lines showing your dig zone, and a crew will mark the utility lines. Mark accuracy zone is within 2 feet of the mark, so always hand dig to expose the line first. Call 811 before you dig. The service is free for residential customers. Avista, we just want you to be safe.
Washington State going to set up a left-on-left matchup. Colby Kometko came in and faced 1 batter. Now it'll be Cam Liss for the Cougars, a lefty from Spokane and Ferris High School. So he will work with nobody out. Gavin Logan on second base and left-handed batting Jake Ducart coming to the plate for the Beavers. Ducart was in yesterday's game. Third baseman went 0 for 3 with a pair of punch-outs. Kometko will be responsible for the runner at second base. And ends up being a light weekend for Colby Kometko. Just 2 pitches. Cougars have gone 4 pitchers each of the first 2 games. But Ducart will now hit in this situation. Look around the Pac-12 conference today. We mentioned both Oregon State and Oregon have chances for sweeps, and then there's a ton of rubber match Game 3 action. Fifth-ranked Stanford trying to salvage one against Oregon, and they lead 8-3 in the top of the 7th. Utah's closing in on a series win against Washington in Salt Lake City. It's 3-1 Utes in the top of the 8th. 16th-ranked Arizona taking it to California in the 5th, and Berkeley 11-1 the Wildcats lead. And then still to come later this afternoon in about 20 minutes' time, USC and UCLA playing for their series. So a 6-4 lead for the 4th-ranked Oregon State Beavers. Washington State trying to get some big outs now at the top of the 5th. Liss to Ducart. The first pitch. Low and inside. Ball, no strikes. So Ducart is a lefty. There's a pair of righties in Smith and Dernetti after that, and then lefty heavy at the top of the Oregon State order. Presumably the Cougars will let Cameron Liss go a little bit here in relief, even with the two righties, 8-9, waiting behind Ducart. The 1-0 pitch inside for ball 2. Liss from Spokane Falls Community College. This is his 7th appearance. 12 1/3 innings, 15 strikeouts, 7 walks, 5 earned runs given up by him. The 2-0 pitch. Low for ball 3. Liss having trouble hitting his spots here out of the bullpen. Liss with a 3.65 ERA coming in. Needs a strike here to Ducart, otherwise it's 1st and 2nd for the Beavers with nobody out. The 3-0 pitch. That is at the knees for strike 1. Oregon State, one of the better scoring teams in college baseball so far this year. Top 10, trying to add on to a 2-run lead. Liss with the 3-1. That's inside, and it hits Jake Ducart. Trying to bend out of the way, but the breaking ball lost off the hand of Cam Liss. And it's 1st and 2nd, nobody out for the Beavers.
First baseman number 8, Tanner Smith.
Bringing up Tanner Smith, the Oregon State first baseman. So no lights on yet at Bailey Brayton Field. Early afternoon as we have sprung forward. Day's about to get longer, and Pac-12 play has started. It really marks that baseball season is here. First base coming in. Oregon State showing bunt. Smith does put it down in front of the hill. Liss's only play is to first. And he fires to Russell covering the first base bag. So that is a sacrifice. Puts 2 in scoring position for the Beavers. Logan to 3rd, Ducart to 2nd. And with 1 out, a 6-4 lead. Kyle Dernetti will try to drive him in. Dernetti an RBI yesterday. He went 1 for 4 in each of the first 2 games of the series. 0 for 1 with a walk and a run scored today. Infield up for the Cougars. The pitch to Dernetti. Breaking ball, checks in for strike 1. Critical moments here for Washington State in the top of the 5th. A 2-run game right now, 6-4. The Cougars trying to keep the deficit at that. Liss the 0-1 pitch outside. Tried the breaking ball again. It was reminiscent of the one that hit Dukart, 1-1. Smith, who has struck out swinging and grounded in, or Dernetti, who flew out to center his last time up. Infield still up for the 1-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. Big cut from Kyle Dernetti. List could try to post a strikeout. 4 from Cole McMillan so far for the Cougar staff. List on the season has 15. Erie's ready. The stretch in the 1-2. Too low. Count evens up, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Last year, Washington State pitchers, 437 strikeouts, second most in program history. Lists a reliable arm out of the Cougar bullpen of late. The 2-2 pitch. Outside half, doesn't get the call. It's been a tight zone. Counts full 3-2. Both sides have had those groans this afternoon. So a payoff pitch now to Dernetti. Beavers could load the bases or better. Cougars searching for an important second out. List tips his cap down. Now the 3-2 pitch. Popped up in the air, right field side. Montez having to shield his eyes coming in on the catch. Makes it and throws home to keep the runner at third. Logan thought about it down the line. Montez was running into it as he made the catch right along the stripe. And the shallow fly out makes it 2 outs, second and third, and the top of the order, Wade Meckler, for a lefty matchup for Cam Liss. There is just a little bit of sun over the center field side, and that's what Montez had to shield, searching for the ball up in those clouds. And now after the play, some extra sunshine, barrels on through. First from List to Meckler, and that's outside half for strike 1. Huge opportunity for the Cougars to get out of the spot in the top of the 5th without a run scoring. So after Washington State scored 2 in the 4th, they have McKeon, Vanderbrake, Colden, 3, 4, 5 due up in the home half. List with the 0-1 to Meckler. That's stopped by Cresswell. Going to slide to his left into the right-handed batter's box to keep it from getting on past. Cresswell, as a senior in high school, a perfect fielding percentage at Puyallup High School. Made a big block there. The 1-1 pitch from Liss. Outer half just away on a fastball that misses, 2-1. The Beavers last year played in a ton of 3-run or fewer ball games. This year, they've been blasting opponents. Cougars trying to keep this close in the 5th. 2-1 to Meckler. Outside, drifting away for ball 3. Only 1 loss for the Beavers this season, and it came in a 1-run game last Sunday against UC Irvine, a 3-2 final. That game went to extras. 3-1, Liss behind Meckler, 2 in scoring position with 2 out. Here's the offering, and outside for ball 4. Second walk in the game for Wade Meckler. And it's bases loaded for the Beavers with 2 outs in the top of the 5th. They lead 6-4. And another lefty matchup with Travis Bazzana coming up. He has singled and doubled, driven in a run, scored twice, and stolen a base today. And with the bases loaded in the 5th, could try to break this open for Oregon State. Lists the first pitch to him, and it's low and away, ball 1. List spinning the ball in his left hand as he gets it back, looking in for the signs. Trying to dial in that command here in a critical spot in the 5th inning. Step in the 1-0. Low and away for ball 2. Want to put that fastball on the lower outside edge, and Bazzana not biting. 2 balls, no strikes. Bazzana with 4 hits in the series. But here with the bases loaded against Liss. The 2-0 pitch to him. And that checks in over the zone. 79 on a breaking ball for Liss. And he commands it for strike 1. Bazzana's first opportunity of his collegiate career with the bases loaded. .360 the freshman is hitting this season. 2-1 from Liss. Another good pitch, another called strike. That at 78. 2-2 the count. So a bases loaded spot. Something's got to give here. Liss to Bazzana. 2-run ball game in the top of the 5th. Liss trying to keep it that way for the Cougs. Fires the 2-2 and misses. Blocked by the catcher Cresswell. Full count offering upcoming. Beavers are 3 for 11 with runners in scoring position. 4 2-out hits in this game. This at-bat hinges on this pitch. Payoff. Liss to Bazzana. The 3-2 again. Grounded foul on the first base side. It was up in the zone, and Bazzana just fighting it off to get another chance at a payoff. Runners get head starts in this 2-out situation. Anything to the gap could score 3 for Oregon State with a speedy Wade Meckler at first base for the Beavers. Payoff pitch for a second time. Here it goes. And it's jammed, fouled, third base side out of play. Liss worked the lefty Bazzana inside. And we'll have a third payoff pitch with the bases loaded. High leverage, top of the 5th spot for Cam Liss. An opportunity to post a 0 up on the scoreboard for Oregon State. The 3-2 one more time. Swung on and missed. Huge strikeout for Cam Liss as he gets the Cougars out of the bases loaded jam in the top half of the 5th. 1 hit, 3 left for the Beavers. Halfway point, Cougars trail by 2, 6-4 from Learfield.
Boost Collaborative is a proud sponsor of Cougar Baseball and is a proud supporter of people with disabilities on the Palouse. For over 50 years, Boost Collaborative has been here to help families and their toddlers meet developmental milestones. For youth and adults, Boost provides job placement, on-the-job training, and follow-along supports. Now you can play a part in Boost's success through your donations and purchases at Palouse Treasures Thrift Store in Pullman. Boost Collaborative, empowering people with disabilities on the Palouse. Go Cougs!
It's time to bring the big game to your backyard. With battery power made by Steel. Our AK Homeowner Series battery tools start at just $199.99. Find yours at over 10,000 local dealers. Steel is a proud supporter of your Washington State Cougars. Real Steel. Find yours. All prices SNW SRP.
Go to the bottom half of the fifth inning. Washington State trailing 6-4 after Cam List got the Cougars out of a bases-loaded jam in the top half. A strikeout of Travis Bazana. The Cougars get middle portion of the order. Jacob McKeon, Justin Vanderbrake, Cody Colden. 3-4-5 due up in the fifth. Cougars struck for 2 in the fourth, thanks to a 2 RBI single from Kyler Stincato. He has driven in 3 of the Cougars' 4 runs, including a sac fly in the second. Cougars in the first got an RBI single from Justin Vanderbrake, who has a pair of hits in this one. So if McKeon can get on, that would be big for the Cougs. Let Vanderbrake do some work. He's ready at the right side. A.J. Lattery stays on for the Beavers in his first pitch. Out of the glove of the catcher, Logan, but called a strike anyways on the inside half, 0-1. McKeon, 2 groundouts on the left side of the infield today. The 0-1 from Lattery. And McKeon sees it low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Lattery had to get the final 2 outs of the fourth inning. Townsend's line final. 1-1 pitch, cut on upper half. McKeon trying to get all of one, but came up empty. Townsend 3 1/3, 7 hits, 4 runs, all earned, 1 walk, no strikeouts on 59 pitches. Both teams into the pens here in the fifth. The 1-2. Up high, chin high to McKeon. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Cougars are building it up on the Palouse. More winning seasons in the last 2 years under Brian Green than they had in the 2010s decade. The 2-2 pitch. Inside half, called strike 3. And McKeon's down looking. Out number 1 for the Cougs in the bottom of the fifth. And with that, we'll take a pause for 10 seconds. Station identification time. This is Cougar Baseball from Learfield. In comes Justin Vanderbrake. 2 hits for him and an RBI today. Cougars trailing Oregon State 6-4. And Vanderbrake takes a pitch inside 1-0. A former All-American at Tacoma Community College, Justin Vanderbrake. Pulled his hits up the middle today. He takes outside half. It's called a strike, 1-1. The zone for both teams now drifting. We've seen those pitches, called balls and strikes to either side. The 1-1. Vanderbrake takes a cut at it. Hits it high in the air and foul out over the right field side, 1-2. After the Cougars worked out of a bases-loaded jam in the top half of the fifth inning, Oregon State 5 of its 6 runs in the first 2 frames today. The 1-2 pitch. Vanderbrake upper half skies it. This will be into center field. Second baseman Bazana backpedaling until he's called off by Melton, who's running in and making the catch. A little bit to the right center field gap side for out number 2. So 2 up, 2 gone for the Cougars in the bottom of the fifth. And Cody Colden, the shortstop. The way things are working out on the farm at Stanford, Oregon State a chance to win today and take sole possession of first in the Pac-12 after the opening weekend. First pitch to Colden on a rope foul down the left field line. Colden had a 4-game hitting streak snapped yesterday. He's working on a 22-game on-base streak, but missed base his first 2 times. The 0-1 up at the brim of his helmet, a ball and a strike. Ground out to short and a fly out to the warning track in right his last time up in the third. The 1-1 deal. Outer half called strike 2. A curveball it looked like from Lattery. Ball and 2 strikes. Colden trying to battle with 2 strikes here. Lattery staring down a potential 1-2-3 inning. His 1-2 pitch. It's on the ground, left side of the infield. 2 hops over to the new third baseman, which is Ducart, and he throws to first to get Colden in time for out number 3. Cougars go down quietly in the 5th. 1-2-3 frame for A.J. Lattery after 5 in Pullman. 4th-ranked Oregon State 6. Your Washington State Cougars 4 from Learfield.
I'm Ian McGregor of the McGregor Company. We view our role as that of a partner. What we earn here, we invest here, just as we have for more than 130 years.
McGregor's gives back to the community. When my oldest son was in grade school, McGregor's even sponsored his AU basketball, supporting FFA, all that stuff. So it's not just that they're in the chemical business, they are in the community business.
The McGregor Company, dedicated people who care.
I'm Jeff Anderson. Dad started doing business with McGregor Company about 40 years. We've been with them ever since.
Start enjoying your maintenance-free lifestyle today with Choices. Bishop Place Senior Living has many options to explore depending on the level of care you need. Bishop Place has a wide range of activities, social events, and fitness options depending on your interests. We also have housekeeping and dining service. Less worry, less chores, more life, and more choices. Visit us on the web at bishopplace.net or call to schedule your tour today. We can't wait to see you.
Cameron List stays on the mound heading to the 6th inning in Pullman. Washington State trailing 4th-ranked Oregon State 6-4 on this Sunday afternoon. Trevor Williams in for Matt Chasnow. Our thanks to Brett Weissman in our studios. Jared Prengruber in-house running things on the video side of the operation at Washington State. Justin Boyd, Jacob Melton, Garrett Forrester, 3, 4, 5 due up in the Oregon State 6th. Boyd has scored twice in this game. He has walked in all 3 of his at-bats. 2 of them he's barely had to take the bat off the shoulder in the 1st and 4th innings. Did walk on a 3-2 pitch back in the 2nd. So Liss winds his first pitch to Boyd. Puts a fastball in at the knees for strike 1. Cougars shift Boyd a little bit to the third base line side. The 0-1 pitch bends in on the lower outside edge for strike 2. Nothing in 2 to Justin Boyd. Outfield playing it straight up to Boyd. Liss winds his 0-2 pitch. Fouled off the catcher Cresswell. He can't hang on to it. So it just tipped the barrel for Justin Boyd. Still nothing in 2. Still wind blowing heavily out to right field. Russell pulled tight towards second. The 0-2 pitch. And that bounces. Boyd won't go after it. 1-2. Important first man to get here is Jacob Melton waits on deck. He's 2 for 3 in this game with 3 runs driven in. The 1-2 pitch, and that sails low as well. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Melton with a 15-game hitting streak, 7 homers, 31 runs driven in over those 15 games dating to last year. The 2-2 pitch, and that ends up outside to Boyd. Counts full 3-2. So Liz shaking a couple signs from Cresswell. And a payoff pitch strikeout to end the 5th. Here's his 3-2, and it's low for ball 4. That's 4 walks for Justin Boyd. And he leads off the inning as a base runner for the Beavers with Jacob Melton coming up next. Meckler, Bazana, and Boyd, well, I should just say Meckler and Boyd have walked 6 times out of the 9 for the Beavers today. 2 for Meckler. So Melton stands in next. Melton, the astounding OPS in the early stages of the season. The first pitch to him from Liss, fouled under the barrel, back to the backstop, 0-1. On base plus slugging, OPS of 1.163 last year, which, if you're at 900, that's great. 1.163 is eye-popping. 1.328 where he was coming in, and it's probably higher than that now. That's just astronomical stuff from Jacob Melton. A check over on first, and standing back over to the bag, Justin Boyd. Yeah, Melton is an OPS of 1.346 now through his 3 at-bats today, thanks to the double. 0-1 swung on and missed. And it's 0-2 to Jacob Melton. Guy was a star last year during the Pac-12 season. The injury-shortened season for Melton. Liss checking first. Here's his 0-2 pitch. And that's hopping in. Saw the bat wave just a bit for Melton, but he was able to hold back. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Melton, 2 homers on Friday, 1 yesterday for a 5-1 lead. He's got a runner on to work with. A move to first by Liss. He'll chase Boyd back over to the bag. Boyd, who has been on base in 13 consecutive games now, former all-regional selection from the Fort Worth Regional a season ago. A look over at first by Liss, and he'll move that way again. Oregon State starter today, Brock Townsend, was the reason that Fort Worth Regional last season got to a Game 7. He pitched a big victory. Dallas Baptist got the Beavers to start the regional and then to cap it. So the Beavers nearly went all the way through to get back through to Supers. Another move to first. Boyd's back for a 3rd consecutive time. Liss keeping him close here with nobody out in the top of the 6th. It was 25 pitches to get out of the 5th and a lot of high leverage pitches last inning for Liss. Here's his 1-2. And that's a breaking ball, close on the lower inside edge. He doesn't get the call. So it's 2-2. Those are the calls that both sides have been vying for all game. So 2-2 once again. Lead at first for Boyd. Liss going to move. Boyd is back over to the bag for a 4th time here in this at-bat. So again, the lead for Boyd. Another 2-strike pitch coming from Liss. It's grounded right side over a leaping McKeon trying to cover the bag. Liss, he's not going to beat Melton there. And an infield single for Jacob Melton. A high chopper that got over Jacob McKeon, who was holding the runner on at first. Boyd moves to second. Russell backed it up behind McKeon, still on the infield turf. But Liss did not have the speed from the mound to first to beat Melton up the line. And it's first and second with nobody out. And a 2-run lead for Oregon State, 6-4 in the top of the 6th with Garrett Forrester standing in next. Forrester is 0 for 2 with a walk back in the first. Liss checking his runners. Here's the pitch. And a fastball over the zone to Forrester. Six hits for Oregon State with the 6 runs, but they have been the benefactors in this game of 9 walks. Those extra bases have hurt. Runner takes off. Liss pulls off the mound. He's got him caught between second and third and then throws late back to second. As Boyd was able to turn on a dime, get back to second and leap in with his left hand having the wrist guard on it. Liss, after he spun off the mound, started running to cut the distance between the relay between second and third, but Boyd's quick reactions enough to get him back to the base safely. So it's still an 0-1 count as the Cougars had Boyd caught on the jump to third. Liss still thinking about it, and he'll spin back at Boyd once again. So the Beavers could have been going hit and run there, or straight steal on the 0-1. Boyd has stolen 6 bases in 7 tries. Melton 3 on 4 at first. The 0-1 cracked foul first base side past the Oregon State dugout. 0-2.
0-2 to every batter. He's got to finish. That's the difference.
Liss having to throw a lot of pitches in this one. He is at 39 pitches. So Boyd leads off a second, Melton from first. Liss checks them as 0-2, and that is in the turf. Ball and 2 strikes. Forrester struck out in his last at-bat. That was a bases loaded spot in the 4th. Same story in the 5th for the Beavers as they've had bases loaded spots in the last 2 frames. Liss will set again for the 1-2. Way outside, it's past the glove of Cresswell to the screen. It moves Boyd to third, Melton to second on the wild pitch. Evens the count at 2 to Forrester. And still nobody out for the Beavers, leading 6-4 in the top half of inning number 6. So 0-2 becomes 2-2. And the infield's in now for Washington State. The 2-2 pitch. This is hammered to left center field. Into the gap off the bat of Forrester. It'll be caught deep in the hole by Stancato. Runner from third tagging to score is Boyd. Melton tags second to third, and Oregon State makes it a 7-4 lead. Out number 1 for the Beavers on the sac fly RBI for Forrester. Second run driven in today. And Gavin Logan, the catcher next, who doubled his last time up. Infield will stay in for Washington State. The 7 runs on 6 hits, no errors for OSU. Pitch from Liss. It's a fastball that seeks the zone and finds it on the lower outside corner, 0-1. Logan has had 3 at-bats today where he's been swinging within the first 2 pitches. See if he tries to get after it early again in this one, behind 0-1. Liss with the next offering. Check swing, inner half. Charging into it is the third baseman. Hainline with a great throw home to Cresswell, and he gets Melton, who took off with the contact on the check swing. Throw on the money from Hainline, and that erases the runner at third for Oregon State on the fielder's choice. 5-2 the putout. 2 gone now for the Beavers. And great play by Elijah Hainline, comes flying in on the third base side to come up with the play. So 2 outs for the Beavers. Runner at first now, 7-4 the Oregon State lead. And Jake Ducard up next. Takes a pitch low and off for ball 1. Could have been worse for the Cougars to start this 6th inning. They've still got to finish it with 1 more out, but only one of those 2 runners in scoring position coming to score, and the Cougs get 2 outs in the process. The 1-0 pitch hit towards short. This will be fielded by Colden. He'll run to second, beat a foot race with Logan to the bag, and that's the end of the top of the 6th for Oregon State. They get the first 2 aboard, score 1, and leave 1 runner on base. We go to the bottom of the 6th. Cougars trail by 3, 7-4. Washington State Pac-12 series opening baseball from Learfield.
It's time to bring the big game to your backyard. With battery power made by Steel. Our AK Homeowner Series battery tools start at just $199.99. Find yours at over 10,000 local dealers. Steel is a proud supporter of your Washington State Cougars. Real Steel. Find yours. All prices SNW SRP.
If you use natural gas, you recognize its blue flame. But natural gas is actually invisible and odorless. That's why Avista adds a rotten egg scent, in case there's ever a leak. If you smell natural gas at home, get outside fast. Don't flip switches or do anything to cause a spark. Go somewhere safe. Call 911. Then Avista. We'll take care of the problem and tell you when it's okay to return. Till then, it's a good excuse to visit the neighbors. Avista. We just want you to be safe.
All right, Jason Hibbard coming on for Oregon State as A.J. Lattery does his job in an inning and 2/3 of relief. No hits, 2 strikeouts for him, and the tremendous work of the Oregon State bullpen continues here on this series into Sunday. It's now 10 scoreless innings from the bullpen with 7 strikeouts to no walks, and only 2 hits allowed over those 10 bullpen innings for the Beavers. They have been hard for the Cougars to get to late in this series. Hibbard is a 6'5" right-hander from Nampa, Idaho, just outside of Boise. He pitched a season at the College of Southern Idaho, where he didn't allow an earned run in 12 innings. This season, appearance number 5 for him, 4 2/3 innings. Still hasn't given up an earned run. And he has 2 strikeouts to no walks. He'll face Keith Jones II, Elijah Hainline, Will Cresswell for the Cougars in their half of the 6th. First pitch to Keith Jones II. Side half called strike 1. Jones is second at the left side. He has a double and a single today. 2 of the Cougars' 7 hits. And the next pitch skips into the catcher, Logan. A ball and a strike. Now the 1-1 offering. It's chopped foul into the Oregon State dugout. Ball and 2 strikes. Hibbard was a former conference pitcher of the year in high school outside of Boise. It's 1-1 pitch. Hit foul on the third base side. That was a 1-2 pitch, excuse me. Still 1-2. Keith Jones II was the top 100 recruit out of the state of California for the Cougars. Again, coming off his freshman campaign last year. 2 for 2 today is 1-2. That is the 1-2 from Hibbard. Foul to the Washington State dugout once again. So Jones II has fought off a couple 2-strike pitches here in the 6th. The wind by Hibbard, the next offering. And that's low. Breaking ball just below the knees, 2-2. Beaver dugout wanted their 3rd strikeout of the day. The Cougars over the series have limited strikeouts okay at the plate, but they've had trouble finding gaps. Oregon State's been perfect in the field as well, and a ground ball to Dernetti on the 2-2 is fielded, thrown over to Smith. Leadoff man gone for the Cougars in the bottom of the 6th. Dating back to the 4th inning, it is 6 straight Cougars retired. The third baseman Elijah Hainline up with a 1-out, bottom of the 6th. Cougs back by 3. Pitch to Hainline. Lower inside edge called strike 1. Hainline was hit in the 4th. He scored on the 2 RBI single up the box for Stancato. The 0-1 pitch. Hainline's late on it, fouls it over the first base side on a play 0-2. Up to the top of that first base grandstand. Symmetrical seating area, symmetrical ballpark at Bailey Brayton Field. Wall perfect curve all the way around. The 0-2 hit on the ground. Left side, Hainline past a diving Ducard at third, and he's got a single into left field. For Elijah Hainline, that is his first hit at home as a Coug. And the freshman is aboard for Washington State. Give way to another, and Will Cresswell, the catcher, will try to work here. It's Cougars' 8th hit. So Cresswell's 1 for 1. He had a sacrifice bunt in the 4th to set up the 2 RBI single for Kyler Stancato, who is also on deck 1 for 1 with a sac fly to left field. This is the bottom third of the Cougar order contributing. The pitch to Cresswell popped out of play on the first base side on 1. One out, bottom of inning number 6. Oregon State had a 5-2 lead through 2 innings. They've kept that margin here into the later half of the 6th. Check on first, and Hainline dives back in safely. Hainline has come to score 5 times this year for the Cougars, hasn't attempted a stolen base yet on his collegiate career. Cresswell's behind in the count on 1. Takes inside. Had the catcher Logan sliding to his left to make sure it didn't get past 1 ball, 1 strike. Cresswell, Prep Baseball Report had him as the 4th best catching prospect in Washington last year. The 1-1 pitch. Hammered left side, same spot as Hainline, and the freshmen both sneak it through on the left side for base hits. Underneath the diving glove of Jake Ducart both times. First and second with 1 out for the Cougars. And that sets it up for Kyler Stancato, the sophomore who's had an important 3 runs driven in today of the Cougar 4. Best offensive game of the series for the Cougars yet. But they're still trying to fight back from down 3. 1 out, couple aboard here for Stancato. He swings at the first pitch, knocks it to left field. This will be in fair. It's bouncing to the corner. Around third is Hainline. He's going to score. Getting the wave on is Cresswell. Relay's coming home. Cresswell slides feet first, and he scores a 2 RBI double for Kyler Stancato into the left field corner. It gets the Cougars within 1. Stancato 5 ribbies today. And he is producing big time out of the 9 spot here in the order. 7-6 the score. Stancato's in scoring position. And the top of the order, Kyle Russell up next as Gavin Logan will call time from behind the plate. And he goes out to speak with Jason Hibbert. Calls the infield together here as well. 10 hits now for the Cougars today. They have outscored Oregon State 4-2 over the last 3 innings after the Beavers had the early runs in this one. And Will Cresswell was running hard from first base to get home on that double into the left field corner for Kyler Stancato. Stancato with hits 2 and 3 on the season, his first 5 runs driven in of the year, and his first extra base hit. Having quite a day for the Cougs. Visit over, Russell's in at the right side. He swings at the first pitch, came up empty, but it bounced off the glove of the catcher and high off the backstop. A wild pitch, Russell swung at it. But Stancato is now 90 feet away from tying this game up for the Cougars. So quite a development for Washington State, and Oregon State pulling the infield in with 1 out. Russell is 1 for 3 today. The 0-1 pitch from Hibbert. And that's at the knees for strike 2. Cougars trying to bring it all the way back from down 3. Good speed at third for Stancato. If Russell works a fly ball, we could be tied as well. The 0-2 pitch. Right over the zone. Russell watches it by for strike 3. 3 pitches, 3 strikes for Jason Hibbert. And he's got Oregon State an out away from preserving a 1-run lead. He'll have to get past Colin Montez to do it. Montez, who blasted one to center yesterday for the Cougars. 0 for 2 in this one. He struck out back in the 4th his last time up. Here he is in the 6th, the first pitch to him. And he takes the dives out of the zone for ball 1. Three straight hits from the 7, 8, 9 in the order for the Cougars. Plate 2 runs here in the bottom of the 6th. It's a 1-run game with the tying run 90 feet away. 1-0 to Montez. Takes a swing right side of the infield. It's through the hole, and the Cougs have knotted it up here in the 6th. RBI single for Montez on the ground through the right side of the infield. And new ball game, 7-all in the bottom half of the 6th inning. And really credit the bottom third of the order for the Cougars. 3 underclassmen who set that all up here in the 6th inning. And the Cougars have it even at 7. They'll pinch hit for Jacob McKeon. It is Bryce Matthews pinch hitting for McKeon, who is 0 for 3 in this game. So here comes Matthews, a check over at first, and Montez will dive back over. He does have 3 steals this year. displays decent speed. Matthews does already have his first hit in Pullman as another check on first. Time called from the first base side, and we'll see if Oregon State may be done with Jason Hibbert in this spot. The Beavers did have a right-hander up and going in the bullpen, and it looks like they are looking that direction as the Cougars have tied this game at 7 behind 4 hits in the 6th inning. No indication yet that the Beavers are making a change, and now they will call for the right-hander. So we take time. Bryce Matthews at the plate after he came up with a hit yesterday, trying to do so again and extend the rally for the Cougs. They've played it 3 to tie it at 7. That's where we are here in the bottom of the 6th from Bailey Brayton Field in Pullman. This is Cougar Baseball from Learfield.
The Clearwater River Casino and Lodge proudly supports Washington State University Athletics, the premier venue for events and entertainment, located 4 miles east of Lewiston, Idaho. Come hit the jackpot with us, with over 600 gaming machines, saltwater pool, restaurant, and giant screens in the Stadium Sports Bar. Owned and operated by the Nez Perce Tribe, our hospitality is legendary. Stay, play, and get away with the Clearwater River Casino. Go Cougs!
All right, so let's talk some snack. There's a new satisfying stop on the road, a destination that'll make sure you never run on empty. And no, we're not just talking about your car. We're talking about Nom Nom. That's right, Nom Nom. It's the quick stop where you'll always leave with your belly happy, your thirst quenched, and your tank full. A snack-obsessed oasis that believes you should look forward to your next fill-up. Nom Nom. Life in the snack lane.
Brett Wiseman back inside the Learfield Network studios. Selection Sunday is a wrap. The bracket is in. It stands with the last 4 teams being in, including Wyoming, Indiana, San Francisco also in. Michigan shocked some people. They're in and with a 17-14 record. 3 Pac-12 teams in. USC, UCLA, and Arizona, the top seed in the South region. Texas A&M, SMU among the first 4 teams out. Now back out to Brady Badenfield and Pullman.
All right, thanks, Brett. 7-7 the score in the bottom of the 6th. Cougars have rallied 4 hits, 3 runs. They've tied it up, and Ian Lawson takes over for Jason Hibbert in the bottom of the 6th. Bookending the note on basketball and the NCAA tournament field being announced, Washington State on the men's side waiting to find out about a potential NIT fate for the Cougars. And we'll keep eyes as well on the women's NCAA tournament bracket. Cammie Etheridge trying to get her Cougs there for a 2nd straight year. Bryce Matthews, though, to face Ian Lawson. Lawson for Oregon State, 2-0 in 5 1/3 innings. 5 hits, 2 earned runs, 8 strikeouts to 4 walks. It is still a right-left matchup for Matthews. First pitch home to him, 88-mile-an-hour fastball over the lower outside corner, 0-1. Colin Montez, who leads off of first, he drove in the tying run just a moment ago through the right side of the infield. Again, takes steps. Cougars have a 5-hit advantage today, 4 hits in this inning, and the 0-1 low and outside for Matthews, 1 ball, 1 strike. This is classic Sunday baseball in the Pac-12. Both these teams battling for position into the later third. Matthews hits one on a rope to right field. This is in towards the corner. Montez has some wheels. He's going to get a stop sign at third. A base hit down the right field line for Bryce Matthews. First and third for the Cougars with 2 outs, bottom of the 6th, and they're not done yet. A chance to take a lead now in the 6th inning, and it'll belong to Justin Vanderbrake, who is 2 for 3 in the game. RBI single in the first and a single in the third. In the Eastern Oklahoma State transfer, Bryce Matthews coming up big with his second home hit of the season to get the Cougars in position to take a lead here in the bottom of the 6th. 7-7 the score, 2 outs, corner runners. Vanderbrake looking out at Lawson. The pitch to Vanderbrake outside for ball 1. Vanderbrake in the series, the average has dipped to 293, 2 for 3 today, but he was without a hit, 0 for 8 in the first 2 games of this set. Seems to have righted the ship. Good play in right field on the last base hit by Justin Boyd to keep it from getting to the wall as well for Oregon State. The 1-0 to Vanderbrake. Takes outside for ball 2. Vanderbrake can pack a little punch as well. Had a home run last weekend against Iowa on Sunday. He's driven in 11 runs this year, has 17 hits. Oregon State is calling time again with first and third and a 2-0 count. They'll call the infield together. They got to talk about this spot. Oregon State trying to avoid trailing for the first time in this series. As to this point, they had led wire to wire with runs in each of the first 3 games in the first inning. Washington State has the Oregon State bullpen on its heels for the first time over this series. 7 runs, 12 hits, 1 error for the Cougars. 7 runs, 6 hits, no errors for Oregon State, who, by the way, has played error-free since February 24th. Still, the Cougars have found holes today 12 times, and corner runners, a 2-0, 2-out count to Justin Vanderbrake. He's swinging away, knocks it towards the middle of the diamond. Bazzana plays it to his right, flips to Dernetti at short, and through 6, we've got a brand new ball game. 4-6 the put out for out number 3, but the Cougars score 3 runs on 5 hits and leave 2 runners on base. Final third coming up, 7-all. Good baseball game on this Sunday from Learfield.
Ferrante's Marketplace Cafe is a proud sponsor of Washington State Athletics. With our thin crust pizzas and calzones, fresh pastas and salad, and 18 flavors of gelato, there's something for everyone. And with options to dine in, take out, or get family style to go, you can enjoy Ferrante's any way you want. Call us today at 509-443-6304. That's 509-443-6304. Or go to doitalian.com. Ferrante's Marketplace Cafe, Spokane's best Italian.
College sports fans now have access to hundreds of weekly podcasts that zero in on the college sports world. Now available in the Varsity Podcast Network and part of the new Varsity app. The app is free and available from wherever you get your favorite apps. Download the Varsity app today to have access to hundreds of national podcasts as well as your favorite team-focused podcasts. The Varsity Podcast Network, now available for free on the Varsity app. Download from the App Store and listen today.
All right, we go into the 7th inning. It's a new ball game tied at 7. Washington State bringing Caden Kalber in to pitch in the 7th. Kalber behind Cam Liss as 5 hits, 3 runs for the Cougars, sparked by an underclassman last third in the lineup. Elijah Hainline, Will Cresswell, Kyler Stancato helped get this game even. Tidying up the line for Cam Liss, 2 innings, a hit, 1 earned run, 1 strikeout to 2 walks. list through 46 pitches in his relief outing. And it is 7-all in Pullman with 3 innings to go. Oregon State took the first 2 games of this series. Washington State trying to grab one from the 4th-ranked Beavers. Tanner Smith, Kyle Dernetti, Wade Meckler. That's 8, 9, 1 of the Oregon State order due up. Kalber, we saw him yesterday for 2/3 of an inning, 13 pitches. He walked 1 batter, did not allow a hit or a run. He's a 6'7", 190-pound redshirt junior from Pasco. Went to Chiawana High School, but pitched at Spokane Falls Community College prior to his time here in Pullman. He'll try to get it done against Tanner Smith, Kyle Dernetti, Wade Meckler. Kalber 1 save over 8 innings this year, 6 earned runs, 8 strikeouts to 5 walks. Smith is 0 for 2 with a sacrifice in the game today. First pitch from Kalber. On the ground, left side, Hainline diving for it, deep in the hole. Colden gets to it, tries to throw to first. It's going to short hop the first baseman, Matthews. He has to come off the bag and safe over at first is Tanner Smith. Heck of a play by Colden just to knock it down on the infield, but was way deep in the gap on the left side to try to throw over to first base. So a leadoff single for Oregon State's Tanner Smith, and that's how the top of the 7th starts for the Beavers on their 7th hit. With Kyle Dernetti, the shortstop, up next. No active tossing in the Cougar bullpen. They are relying on Caden Kalber in this spot in the top half of the 7th. First pitch to Dernetti. He shows bunt, pulls it back. Well, Cresswell thought about a throwback to Bryce Matthews at first, but decided against it. Pitch was outside as well, a ball and no strikes. Dernetti flew out in the 4th and 5th innings to center and right field. Double play depth up the middle for the Cougars. Even at 3rd is Hainline. The 1-0 pitch, bunt shown. Missed bunt attempts by Dernetti. Tried to stick it down, but the fastball was past him 1-1. Cougars got their first runs of the series off the Oregon State bullpen in the last half inning. 3 of them to tie the game at 7. And the 1-1 pitch, bunt shown, and it's bunted back foul. So a ball and 2 strikes to Dernetti. Will Oregon State roll the dice and try to bunt with 2 strikes? At this point, it's likely protection time for Dernetti, but time called out of the third base coaching box by Ryan Gibson. He's going to talk to Kyle Dernetti in this spot. And maybe there are designs of a discussion if you're Oregon State of still trying to sneak a bunt down. But it's got to be solid in this spot to avoid out number 1. They're trying to get Tanner Smith into scoring position in this tied ball game at 7-all. Visit over, Dernetti standing back in. Waves the bat out a couple times. Shows bunt, the 1-2, pulls it back and it hits him between the shoulder blades. So he gets hit by a pitch from Kalber. Smith goes to second, Dernetti to first. And it's 1st and 2nd, nobody out for Oregon State in the top of the 7th after Washington State just tied this game up in the last half inning. So Wade Meckler for Oregon State, the left fielder. 0 for 2 with a pair of walks. 2 of the 9 walks that Washington State has given up. 10 free bases between walked and hit batters for the Cougar pitching staff today. Not a clean day, but trying to battle through it on this Sunday afternoon. Long look by Kalber at the signs. He's checking the runners. A bunt shown by Meckler. Kalber's first pitch outside off the glove of Cresswell. He scrambles to it quickly, and it'll hold Smith in position of ball, no strikes. Kalber is really reaching back there, but he's missed his last 2 pitches badly off to his throwing hand side. Meckler's trying to get a bunt down to make it 2 in scoring position with 1 out. A spin by Kalber and a look back at second. Smith will go back that way. Meckler knows the chances are good with 1 out if he gets it to Bazzana, Boyd, potentially Melton in this inning, that Oregon State could retake a lead. Kalber, the 1-0 pitch. Fastball off the lower outside corner. 2 balls, no strikes. Corner infielders are even with their bases. Hainline at third. Matthews at first. High leverage moment here for Caden Kalber. He's taking his time. Time called up on the mound. Maybe through the plate, time called, actually, excuse me. Kalber taking his time here with Meckler. Needs this pitch. The 2-0. Swung on and missed. Fastball that he gets past Meckler. Challenge fastball, and Meckler wanted all of it. 2-0. Kalber's checking back again. Bunt shown by Meckler. This time he gets it down in front of the mound. Kalber's only play is to first. Russell covers the bag there, and it's in time. A successful sacrifice for Wade Meckler. So 1 gone for the Beavers, but Smith goes to third, Dernetti to second. And the go-ahead and an insurance run are in position for Travis Bazzana with 1 out. Bazzana an RBI double in the second, a single in the fourth. He scored twice, but he struck out swinging with the bases packed in his last at-bat in the 5th. Infield up for the Cougars. First pitch, bunt shown by Bazzana. He pulls it back. It trailed off the plate 1-0. Oregon State setting up a squeeze there to try to get to run number 8. Smith at third, Dernetti at second. 7-7 the score, 1 out, top of inning number 7. The 1-0 from Kalber. Outer half, and he's got a strike there at 90. 1-1. Behind Bazzana is Boyd, who has 4 walks, 3 runs scored in this game, and the very dangerous Jacob Melton in the hole. Infield up for the Cougars, 1 out. Trying to get Bazzana without a run coming across. He's got a grounder on the infield. Russell comes charging in. There's no play at home. He has to flip to Matthews at first. Smith dives in safely at the plate, and it's 8-7 Beavers. Productive ground out for Travis Bazzana to second base. 4-3 for out number 2. Dernetti moves to third. It's 8-7 Oregon State in the top of the 7th. Now the focus for Kalber shifts to just trying to get out of this with it being a 1-run game and leave Jacob Melton on deck. He's got 3 homers in the series and 3 runs driven in today on 3 hits. You don't want to see him with a couple guys on to try to gash it open again for Oregon State. First pitch fouled off by Boyd. And back to the screen 0-1. Boyd hasn't had a chance to start a new hitting streak today. Needs game 1 after his 15-game streak was snapped last night. The 0-1 pitch. Outer half, that's strike 2. Tight slider from Kalber. And now he could get out of the top half of the 7th. Trying to do so with it being a 1-run ball game. After Oregon State regains the lead here in the top half. RBI ground out for Travis Pizzana, his second RBI of the game. Kalber, the 0-2. Outside. Trailed a slider away from Boyd, 1-2. Boyd with the average better than 400. He's been tremendous with runners on, in scoring position, and in 2-out hitting so far this season. Beavers 4 for 9 today with 2 outs. Kalber again for the 1-2. It's hit in the air. High fly ball to center. This is taking Stancato back to the warning track, and he'll make the catch in dead center for out number 3. Allowed final outs to take us to the stretch in Pullman. Oregon State gets a run back to take the lead on a hit. They leave one man on base. Stretch time on the Palouse. Cougars trailing 4th-ranked Oregon State by 1 from Learfield.
And that's another double tall latte. As a Coug, you know that's blasphemy. But when I use my WSU Athletics debit card from Gisa Credit Union to buy anything, like coffee, Gisa makes a donation to the Cougar Athletic Fund. And that's another new pair of bucks. Cougar first down. Do something else when you use your WSU Athletics debit. Kickoff keys? Really?
Get your card at Gisa.com/WSU.
Holiday Inn Express and Suites Pullman is just a short drive from the WSU campus. Centrally located to restaurants and shopping, they've got you covered for all your lodging needs with their spacious rooms, complimentary hot breakfast, a cozy outdoor patio, a gift shop for all your Cougar gear needs, and the friendliest staff in town to make you feel right at home. Visit hiexpress.com to reserve a room for your next trip to the Palouse. Stay smart, stay Holiday Inn Express and Suites. Coug owned and Coug managed.
At the stretch in Pullman, it's an 8-7 game. Washington State trailing 4th-ranked Oregon State. Cody Colden, Keith Jones II, Elijah Hainline due up for the Cougars in the bottom of the 7th. Nearly the same who started the 6th for the Cougars. Just one batter away, Keith Jones II, but it was Elijah Hainline, Will Cresswell, Kyler Stancato, along with Colin Montez on the game-tying RBI single last inning, who made it happen. What a day for Kyler Stancato. 5 runs driven in, and a first pitch called a strike to Cody Colden. Colden is 0 for 3 in this game. After he went hitless yesterday, 0 for his last 5, the 0-1. Outside, 1-1. Cougars have been trying to get their mojo back at the plate today. Brian Green talked about that being an emphasis coming in. Colden waves at the 1-1 and came up empty, 1-2. Last year, the Cougars suffered 8 losses of 2 runs or fewer, including one against Oregon State that was a 9-8 final on Sunday. 1-2 pitch outside to Colden, 2 balls and 2 strikes. 5 of those 8 games were by 1 run for the Cougars last year. And I mean, you're talking about if they could flip 3 of them, could have been a different ending to a season. Colden left side, deep in the hole. Dernetti, this is a tough throw, and it's not scooped out at first by Smith. Even if it was going to be a bang-bang call. at first base, an infield single for Cody Colden. And that's how the bottom of the 7th starts for the Cougars. First hit of the day for Colden. And the tying run is aboard with Keith Jones the second coming up. I'm not sure that if Tanner Smith would have held on to that ball, I think Travis Eggert would have called it out at first base by the reaction of the umpire. It seemed like it was more the ball out of the glove than the timing of the play at first that decided it. Jones the second showing bunt, pulls back, and takes a ball. Keith Jones the second has had a great afternoon. 2 for 3, a double, a single, 2-run score. Now 13 Cougar hits after the infield single for Colden. 1-0 to Jones the second. This time pops the bunt up, and it's going to get up on the top of the press box, 1-1. It hit the barrel, sailed the netting behind home plate, and got way out of play. Tying run aboard in the 7th for the Cougars in an 8-7 game is Cody Colden. Nobody out. Bottom of inning number 7. Jones showing bunt right away, move over to first, and Colden dives back in safely. Colden 1 for 2 on stolen base attempts this year. Oregon State's just trying to keep him close on the bunt. Cougars are trying to sacrifice him into position. Jones flashing it again and pulling it back on a pitch well inside. 2-1. Jones can swing the bat. So if he works this all the way to a great count where he can see a pitch, you bet the Cougs could turn him loose. Showing bunt straight away, 2-1. Lays it down third base side, it's foul. Off the end of the barrel, it's now 2-2. Jones last season hit .263 for the Cougars. 1 double. He already doubled earlier in this game, past first base. A big 2-2 pitch coming up to the left-handed batting Jones. Instead, Lawson will offer over to first base, move the runner back to the bag. At stake today for the Beavers, a chance to be alone atop first in the conference after the first weekend of conference play. The 2-2 pitch. Jones hits it at first. It's right at Smith. He turns to Dernetti for 1. The back end will not be in time to get Keith Jones the second. Nearly a 3-6-3 double play. Fielder's choice 3-6. It won't move the runner for the Cougars, but they only suffer 1 out here in the bottom of the 7th. And Elijah Hainline is up next after poking one under the third baseman, Jake Dukart. An inning ago, started a 3-run rally for the Cougars that tied the game at the time at 7. Oregon State currently has an 8-7 lead. The pitch to Hainline, too high for ball 1. So Hainline in his last 2 at-bats has come to score. Hit by pitch in the 4th. Brought in on a 2 RBI single for Stancato, and then brought in on a 2 RBI double by Stancato in the 6th. 1-0 to Hainline, same spot, left side of the infield. He works another through for a base hit. Turns the 1-0 into a single. Jones is second up to second base, first and second with 1 out for the Cougars. And now Hainline starting to swing it for Wazoo. Gives way to Will Cresswell, who's 2 for 2 with a sacrifice. And he, like Hainline's last 2 hits, put it under the glove of Jake Dukart at third. And we'll see a pitching change for Oregon State with first and second, 1 out, bottom of the 7th. Cougars trailing the 4th-ranked Beavers by 1, 8-7. New right-hander to tell you about when we come back out of the Oregon State bullpen, as they're going to go out there and fish out Reed Sebi. We saw him in game 1 of the series. We'll tell you about his numbers when we return. Pitching change time. Cougars back by 1, 2 on, 1 out, bottom of 7 from Learfield.
A lot goes into Washington State athletes reaching peak performance for game day, including the right nutrition. At Wilbur Ellis, we know that healthy crop performance requires the same attention to nutrition as an athlete. That's why we use benchmark data points to maximize crop productivity through nutrient efficiency. For 100 years, family-owned Wilbur Ellis has been partnering with Washington's farmers to grow healthier crops. That is the winning ag experience for Cougar Nation, locally provided by Wilbur Ellis.
Ferrante's Marketplace Cafe is a proud sponsor of Washington State Athletics. With our thin crust pizzas and calzones, fresh pastas and salad, and 18 flavors of gelato, there's something for everyone. And with options to dine in, take out, or get family style to go, you can enjoy Ferrante's any way you want. Call us today at 509-443-6304. That's 509-443-6304. Or go to doitalian.com. Ferrante's Marketplace Cafe, Spokane's best Italian.
Back in Pullman, 8-7 the score. New pitcher is Reed Sebi. Before we tell you about him, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification here in the bottom of the 7th. With a couple on for the Cougs. Station ID time here from Learfield. Reed Sebi, the senior right-hander for Oregon State, worked the 7th inning of Friday's 13-3 win for the Beavers. And he struck out a batter, faced 3, retired all of them, didn't give up a hit or a run. And he has to get Oregon State out of this spot in the bottom of the 7th after the Beavers just took the lead in the top half of the inning. The Cougars have 14 hits, runners at first and second with 1 out. And they face Sebi, who has nice cutting action on his fastball. Faces a right-handed batting Cresswell, and then a lefty Stancano potentially on deck, who has been hot today. 5 of the Cougars' 7 runs are thanks to Kyler Stancano's bat. So Will Cresswell, who's got a couple hits, trying to get to work against Reed Sebi, the experienced reliever here for the Beavers, checking his runners. And his first offering to Cresswell. Off speed, it will missed high. Ball and no strikes. Reed Sebi is the 5th pitcher for Oregon State behind Ian Lawson. Lawson responsible for the runners on base here in inning number 7, the 1-0 pitch. And Cresswell takes it low, 2 balls, no strikes. So now the Cougar backstop putting some pressure on Reed Sebi. The Cougars have scored 3 runs off the Oregon State bullpen after being shut out through 10 innings by this bullpen to start in the series. They exacted their revenge in the 6th, trying to add in the 7th. 2-0 to Cresswell, finds the zone. He was taking all the way. 2 balls and a strike. Wind still blows steadily to right field on an overcast mid-40s afternoon in Pullman, Washington. 2-1 pitch to Cresswell. He does not swing, but it's called strike 2 anyways. Found the lower portion of the zone to make it 2-2. Cougars have good speed at second base. Keith Jones, the second, has the lead there. Cresswell with Stancano on deck behind him. The 2-2 pitch. Cresswell takes a swing at it. It's at third. First to the play is booted at second. The short to Bazana short hops him and bounds away behind second base. Keith Jones, the second to third. Safe at second is Hainline, and Cresswell on at first. The first error for Oregon State since February 24th comes at an inopportune time here in the bottom of the 7th. An E5 on Jake Ducart. So bases full of Cougars for the man of the hour, Kyler Stancato. Last inning, 2 RBI double. They got the Cougs within 1. He swings at the first and pops it out of play on the third base side, 0-1. Stancato in a big spot here for Washington State. First Cougar with a 4+ RBI game this season. And the 0-1 pitch on the ground, right side. It short hops the first baseman. Throw comes home, and it's held onto by the catcher, Logan Smith. Bounces it as Jones, the second, tries to get in headfirst safely. And Brian Green is asking for help. He wants the first base umpire, Travis Eggert, to weigh in as the Cougars are trying to argue that this was bobbled out of the glove of the catcher, Gavin Logan. Right now it stands as a 3-2 putout. The crew coming together to talk about it on the infield. If it stands, it's out number 2 in the bottom of the 7th, and the bases are still loaded with the Cougars down a run. If they change anything, it could be 1 out, multiple runners on, or it would still be bases loaded rather, but the call stays an out. As Gavin Logan, the crew talked about it. As far as they are concerned, he held on to the ball at the plate. And it's 2 outs. Kyle Russell coming up. As it's bases loaded, 2 outs. A bang-bang play at the plate. Cougars still back by 1, but the bag's packed. A move to third. And going back to the base, Elijah Hainline. Cresswell at second, Stancato at first. Cougars at second base, Cresswell. We'll see how he runs. He put on the Jets earlier in the game on a 2 RBI double. Swing and a miss by Russell. It's 0-1. Base hit for sure would get the Cougars back to even. But having to do it against a tough right-handed reliever in Reed Sebi for Oregon State. Cougars trying to grab an unearned run here as the earlier error would have had Oregon State out of the inning. The 0-1 pitch. Russell hits it at short. This will be played by Dernetti. Flip to Bazana, and Oregon State gets out of the bases loaded jam. 6-4 the putouts. Beavers had to grab a 4th out in the inning, but they do to preserve the lead. 4th-ranked Oregon State 8, Washington State 7. This is Cougar baseball after the 7th from Learfield.
Did you disagree with that call the ref just made? Maybe it's time you had your eyes checked. Rolling Hills Eye Care provides comprehensive eye and vision exams for the entire family at both their Pullman and Colfax locations. Visit them at rollinghillseyecare.com and schedule your appointment today. That's rollinghillseyecare.com.
Boost Collaborative is a proud sponsor of Cougar Baseball and is a proud supporter of people with disabilities on the Palouse. For over 50 years, Boost Collaborative has been here to help families and their toddlers meet developmental milestones. For youth and adults, Boost provides job placement, on-the-job training, and follow-along supports. Now you can play a part in Boost's success through your donations and purchases at Palouse Treasures Thrift Store in Pullman. Boost Collaborative, empowering people with disabilities on the Palouse. Go Cougs!
Tough spot goes by the wayside for the Cougars in the bottom of the 7th. They strand the bases loaded, and it's still 8-7. 4th-ranked Oregon State trying to close in on a sweep. Washington State has gotten the hits, 14 of them for the Cougars today, and they're trying to hold it down for some late magic here in Pullman. It's Jacob Melton, Garrett Forrester, Gavin Logan 4, 5, 6 of the Oregon State lineup due up here in the 8th. Jacob Melton is 3 for 4 today, and he's driven in 3 runs. 3 home runs in the 2 games prior in this series as the Cougars put a shift onto the right side. First pitch to Melton, grounded right against the shift through the open hole at short, and Melton has his 4th hit. First pitch swinging, and he put it right where the Cougars vacated. Leadoff single for the Beavers in the top half of the 8th inning. And we've mentioned Melton, how incredible his series has been. He's the first Beaver to homer in 3 straight games since Adley Rutschman in 2019 against Utah and Oregon in pack play. Rutschman now a .278 hitter in the Baltimore Orioles minor league ranks. Melton doesn't have a homer today, but that leadoff single here in the 8th could help create some insurance for Oregon State as he's got 4 hits. Forrester showing bunt right away to Calber. He turns to first, wanting to pick off Melton, who dove back in head first safely. Melton with the lead off of first base has 3 steals on 4 tries. Bunt shown again by Forrester. It's pulled back. Cresswell thought about a back pick, but Matthews was off the bag. Pitch was off the zone as well, 1-0. Outfield playing straight up for the Cougs. Middle infield a double play depth, although Forrester seems to want to get the sacrifice down in this spot. Calber's 1-0 pitch. Forrester bunts at first base side. This will move the runner. Matthews to it, flips to Russell covering first. And a sacrifice. Out number 1, but Melton into scoring position at second. Oregon State leading by a run, 8-7 here on this Sunday. And Gavin Logan, the Beaver catcher, up next. No hits in this one, but he did ground out to score a run back in the first inning. The Cougars will call time. It's Anthony Claggett out of the dugout, and it looks like Washington State will get a left-on-left matchup here to the Oregon State catcher, Gavin Logan, at the top of the 8th. Pitching change for the Cougs. A left-hander coming on for Washington State as they'll go to the bullpen and make the change here in the top half of the 8th. Man in scoring position and trailing by a run, 8-7. We'll see Jack Lee for the first time in the series when we come back. The Cougar Southpaw will tell you about him after this from Learfield.
This Washington State University sports broadcast is brought to you in part by Pullman Regional Hospital, the official hospital of Washington State Athletics. The combined expertise of our university and our award-winning hospital is being deployed to provide greater access to resources, education, employment opportunities, and innovations to improve healthcare and health outcomes for all of us. Pullman Regional Hospital and Washington State, partners in excellence.
You may be eager to break ground on a new outdoor project, but never just start digging. Buried electric and natural gas lines can be anywhere. It's the law to call 811 at least 2 business days before you dig. Spray paint white lines showing your dig zone, and a crew will mark the utility lines. Mark accuracy zone is within 2 feet of the mark, so always hand dig to expose the line first. Call 811 before you dig. The service is free for residential customers. Avista, we just want you to be safe.
Cougars turn to Jack Lee out of the bullpen with a man in scoring position in the top of the 8th inning. Cougars trailing by a run to number 4 Oregon State, 8-7, trying to salvage a game in this 3-game series. Lee, a transfer to the Cougars, is from Sydney, Australia, but played at Cal State Bakersfield in 2021. 11 relief appearances, 1 start, led Bakersfield in saves with 4, struck out 20 at a 4.58 ERA over 19 2/3 innings. Lee so far this season, appearance number 4, 2 1/3 innings. He hasn't allowed an earned run, has given up 1 run, but it was unearned. 5 strikeouts to 1 walk. And he comes in for a left-on-left situation against Gavin Logan with a man in scoring position as Jacob Melton, who singled and moved on the sacrifice from Garrett Forrester. Cougars continue the conference in the outfield. Final warm-up tosses for Lee. Talking Pac-12 today. Fifth-ranked Stanford came back and got Oregon 10-6 in the series finale. So the only team who could complete the opening weekend 3-0 is this Oregon State squad. Utah won the series against Washington 3-1. Arizona won its series at Cal 13-5. And Southern Cal against UCLA out to a 5-1 lead in the bottom of the fourth. Trying to grab a set from the Bruins 2-1, as that one was an even series after last night's result as well, where UCLA got USC back 11-2. Good action in the Pac-12 this weekend. And Jack Lee behind Caden Calber now with one out, top of the eighth, trying to keep this deficit at 1 run for the Cougs. Lee fires home, and he misses outside to Logan, a ball and no strikes. Melton off of second base has good speed. The check behind. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Check swing. It hit the handle and was fouled off. 1-1. The count to Gavin Logan. Logan doubled in the fifth. He has had a fantastic series with his couple of home runs as well. Lee checks second, the 1-1 pitch. And that lands low and outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Lee with that big breaking ball. Trying to make it tough here on Logan. And he loses one low and outside for ball 3. A fastball away from the Oregon State catcher. 3 balls and 1 strike. If Logan gets aboard, left-handed bat Jake Dukart waits on deck. The Cougars would at least have a double play set up, but they want to get Logan here for out number 2. The 3-1 pitch. Lower inside edge. Grabs his own for strike 2. Big comeback pitch there by Jack Lee to get the count full. Cougars in this one have come up with 5 strikeouts as a staff. Oregon State's done a better job in the first 2 games of getting the ball in play. Payoff pitch from Lee. Low and outside. Another walk surrendered by the Washington State pitching staff. That is walk number 10. First and second, 1 out. Oregon State will get out of that left-on-left matchup, and they will pinch hit Matthew Grentler. So this third base position has already gone a few directions today, and the Cougars will call time. And Washington State may make a pitching change here to go to a right-hander after the pinch hitter for Oregon State and Matthew Grentler, and that's what the Cougars will do. So they will make a change. Washington State going to go get Connor Barrison, a junior righty, out of the bullpen. We'll tell you about Connor when we come back. Still a 1-run game, 8-7, top of 8. Beavers 2 on, 1 out from Learfield.
The Clearwater River Casino and Lodge proudly supports Washington State University Athletics, the premier venue for events and entertainment, located 4 miles east of Lewiston, Idaho. Come hit the jackpot with us, with over 600 gaming machines, saltwater pool, restaurant, and giant screens in the Stadium Sports Bar. Owned and operated by the Nez Perce Tribe, our hospitality is legendary. Stay, play, and get away with the Clearwater River Casino. Go Cougs!
All right, so let's talk some snack. There's a new satisfying stop on the road, a destination that'll make sure you never run on empty. And no, we're not just talking about your car. We're talking about Nom Nom. That's right, Nom Nom. It's the quick stop where you'll always leave with your belly happy, your thirst quenched, and your tank full. A snack-obsessed oasis that believes you should look forward to your next fill-up. Nom Nom. Life in the snack lane.
Top half of the 8th inning, it's a one-run game. 4th-ranked Oregon State has the 8-7 advantage. Cougars turning to Connor Barrison out of the bullpen. He pitched yesterday, inning and a third, gave up a hit, 2 earned runs, a walk, and a strikeout. Faced 6 batters through 22 pitches. Cougars need him for a right-hand matchup with Matthew Gretler, as he was already announced as the pinch hitter for Jake Dukart before the change. So the Cougars' Jack Lee only faces the one batter and allowed the walk that made it first and second with 1 out. If you're joining us in this one, the Cougars, some excitement in the bottom of the 6th, trailing 7-4, plated 3 runs to tie it. At 7, Oregon State came right back in the top half of the 7th inning. Got an RBI ground out from Travis Pizzana after a single and a hit by pitch, and a sacrifice set up the scoring opportunity for the Beavs. So Matthew Gretler now in this right-on-right battle. Gretler, a .212 hitter. 7 hits, 33 at-bats, does have 3 doubles on the season. Barrison checks his first pitch to Gretler. Strike on the lower inside corner of the plate. Barrison ready as 0-1. Grounded foul, third base side. No balls, 2 strikes. So Barrison was the first out of the bullpen yesterday behind Grant Taylor for the Cougars. Taylor, the starter who tallied the most innings of anyone this weekend, going a full 6. But Connor Jerpy back on night 1 tied the national lead with a 4-0 record to start the year. The 0-2 from Barrison. On the ground at third. Stepping on third is Hainline, and he goes across the diamond for the double play. Force out at third. Hainline throws across, and the 5-3 double play gets the Cougars out of the top half of the 8th inning. Nice play by Hainline on the rip shot right at him. And Oregon State leaves 1 man aboard. 1 hit, a walk at the top of the 8th. Cougars still trail by 1. Chance to get back to it at the plate with Montez, Matthews, Vandenbrake win and return after this from Learfield.
This Washington State University sports broadcast is brought to you in part by Pullman Regional Hospital, the official hospital of Washington State Athletics. The combined expertise of our university and our award-winning hospital is being deployed to provide greater access to resources, education, employment opportunities, and innovations to improve healthcare and health outcomes for all of us. Pullman Regional Hospital and Washington State, partners in excellence.
It's time to bring the big game to your backyard. With battery power made by Steel. Our AK Homeowner Series battery tools start at just $199.99. Find yours at over 10,000 local dealers. Steel is a proud supporter of your Washington State Cougars. Real Steel. Find yours. All prices SNW SRP.
All right, bottom of the 8th inning, 1-run ball game. It's still Reed Sebi for Oregon State. Washington State has Colin Montez, Bryce Matthews, Justin Vanderbrake coming up to hit in the 8th. 14 hits for the Cougars. They need another run to get it even. Would love 2 here in the bottom of the 8th and try to grab a lead of their own. Washington State has not led in this series. They were tied for what was essentially a brief stretch because Oregon State had the lead in the first inning of each of the first 3 games of this set, but tied after 6 at 7. First pitch to Montez outside for ball 1. This game could build some momentum for the Cougars heading to the road. They've got Seattle U and Washington coming up on the west side of the state this week. Montez swings and misses at the 1-0. Seattle U is scheduled for Tuesday. That can be an adventure sometimes early season in Bellevue, depending on the weather and the field conditions. Keep an eye on what the Cougars can do there. And then rivalry series, the Boeing Apple Cup series against Washington next weekend. 1-1 pitch outside from Montez. 2 balls and 1 strike. If you're an Oregon State fan, tune in today. The Beavers are returning home to play Grand Canyon for 2 Tuesday, Wednesday, and then welcome the Arizona State Sun Devils next weekend. 2-1 pitch, low and inside to Montez. It's 3 balls and a strike. Good start for the Cougars to the bottom of the 8th. And then part of a 6-game homestand, March 23rd, the following Wednesday, Seattle U comes to Corvallis. Montez trying to get a board to open the bottom of the 8th, and he takes a 3-1 right over the dish. So the count is full. Reed Sebi trying to follow up his inning of work from Friday night, where he held the Cougars hitless, got out of a bases-loaded jam last inning, and Montez rips a 3-2 foul off the railing of the Oregon State dugout. It took 4 outs in the bottom of the 7th for Oregon State to keep the 1-run lead, their first error since February 24th. The payoff pitch to Montez again, and this is outside. They lost him, and the tying run is aboard for the Cougars. We've mentioned the tough day for the Washington State pitching staff in free passes. Just the second walk for Oregon State today. They've only struck out 3 Cougar batters, though, as has been a much more inspired day at the plate for the Cougs. Bryce Matthews, who pinch hit in the 6th and singled to right field, stands in next. He set up a first and third opportunity. The Cougs tried to take the lead in the 6th. A swing and a miss at the first for Matthews. He's behind 0-1. Cougs had corner runners and Justin Vanderbrake to the plate at the end of that 3-run 6th inning, before Oregon State answered with the go-ahead in the top of the 7th. 0-1 to Matthews. He shows bunt, pulls it back. It's too high. A ball and a strike. We mentioned it earlier on, but last year in 6 Pac-12 series against ranked opponents, the Cougars took at least 1 game in 5 of those 6 series. So 5 plus, because there were multiple against teams like Oregon. But the 1-1 pitch to Matthews, a check swing. He does not go, and the pitch is low. 2-1. The appeal down to third base with Jeffrey Messias. So 2-1 to Matthews. But that
Handful of wins for the Cougars against ranked Pac-12 opposition last year took them on their way to a 13-17 conference record. Now it's about making the jump to get into 500 in Pac play and threaten for a regional opportunity. 2-1 the count to Matthews. The pitch to him. Upper half fouled back. Or less straight backs, it's 2-2. Montez walked here to open the bottom of the 8th for the Cougars. A run each in the first and the second, 2 in the fourth, 3 in the sixth for their 7. Oregon State, 5 runs across the first 2 innings, then 1 in the fourth, 1 in the sixth, 1 in the 7th. The 2-2 pitch. Matthews hits it to right field, and this will sit down in front of Boyd. Montez will go station to station, and the Cougars have first and second with nobody out on a second single for the pinch hitter, Bryce Matthews. He took over at first base as well, and now Justin Vanderbrake with runners on at first and second and nobody out. Cody Colden on deck behind him, who singled in the 7th to the hole on the left side on the infield. Vanderbrake ready to go here at the right side. We'll see if the Cougars try to sacrifice runners into position. They will. Vanderbrake puts a good bunt down first base side, but it is rolling foul. Picked up just in front of the bag by Tanner Smith. It was going to do its job if it stayed fair and would have put runners at second and third with 1 out for the Cougars, but Vanderbrake will have to come back and try it again. And 0-1. Cougars trying to set up an opportunity to take a lead late in the 8th. 15 hits today after the single for Matthews. 0-1 the count to Vanderbrake. He is showing bunt all the way and fouls one off at the plate. It bounced back up and hit him after it had bounced in foul territory. 0-2. So now Vanderbrake has to protect with 2 runners on, and a big opportunity for Reed Sebi. Trying to get the first out of the bottom of the 8th for 4th-ranked Oregon State. The Cougs back by just 1. And the pitch to Vanderbrake. Up high. A ball and 2 strikes. This crowd at Bailey Brayton Field is locked in. Here in the bottom of the 8th. Looking to move some runners or better. Justin Vanderbrake. 288 hitter on the season. The 1-2 pitch. Takes a cut, and he foul-tipped it to Logan, who hangs on. A strikeout for Reed Sebi. So it gets Vanderbrake swinging for out number 1. And Cody Colden to stand in next. So we'll see now what Colden can do in the 8th inning. Right in the middle of the Cougar order, the 5-hitter. Tough last 3 at-bats for Vanderbrake after singles to start it in the 1st and 3rd innings. Colden takes a pitch up and in for ball 1. Time called. First base side for Oregon State. Beavers going to chat here in this situation with a couple on for the Cougars. Don't think this is any kind of move. Actually, it will be a move to change pitchers. So Sebi is done, and Oregon State will go get a right-hander. A 1-0 count to inherit with 1 out. First and second, the runners for the Cougars. The Beavers bringing in Mitchell Verberg. We'll tell you about him. It's a big spot. Bottom of the 8th. Cougs back by 1, trying to get a win against the top 5 Beavers. here from Learfield.
A lot goes into Washington State athletes reaching peak performance for game day, including the right nutrition. At Wilbur Ellis, we know that healthy crop performance requires the same attention to nutrition as an athlete. That's why we use benchmark data points to maximize crop productivity through nutrient efficiency. For 100 years, family-owned Wilbur Ellis has been partnering with Washington's farmers to grow healthier crops. That is the winning ag experience for Cougar Nation, locally provided by Wilbur Ellis.
Ferrante's Marketplace Cafe is a proud sponsor of Washington State Athletics. With our thin crust pizzas and calzones, fresh pastas and salad, and 18 flavors of gelato, there's something for everyone. And with options to dine in, take out, or get family style to go, you can enjoy Ferrante's any way you want. Call us today at 509-443-6304. That's 509-443-6304. Or go to doitalian.com. Ferrante's Marketplace Cafe, Spokane's best Italian.
Mitchell Verberg takes over for Oregon State in the bottom of the 8th. 1 out, an 8-7 game in Pullman. The Cougars have 2 on, and they're trying to tie or better here in this spot. It's a 1-0 count inherited for Verberg, a native of Lake Oswego, Oregon, and this is an all Pac-12 level reliever for Oregon State. He's had some injury problems in his career, but when he's been available, he has been tough as nails for the Beavers. This season, 5 innings, has given up 2 earned runs, 4 strikeouts to 2 walks, and has a 3.60 ERA. But 3 years ago was all Pac-12 for Oregon State. Matthews on at first, Montez at second for the Cougars. 1-0 the count as the first pitch missed to Cody Colden from Reed Sebi in the last pitch that he would throw of his day. So here goes Cody Colden. First delivery coming from Mitchell Verberg. Colden 1 for 4 today. Verberg set, glove at the belt. Looks back at second, his 1-0 pitch is hit on the ground at short. This is flipped from Dernetti for 1 to Bazana. Relay to first, not in time on the back end as Colden beats it up the line. Oh, it was nearly a double play right out of the gates by Verberg. Now it's corner runners with 2 outs for the Cougars, and Keith Jones, the second, at the plate with a chance to tie it. Gavin Logan out in front of the plate, giving the defensive positioning to Oregon State. They're deep up the middle, but the corner infielders are protecting a little bit here against Jones, the second, in case the Cougars try to squeeze a tying run out. Verberg's first pitch, Jones takes, and it's strike 1. Keith Jones, the second, with a double in the second inning, a single in the 4th. He has scored twice in this game. He's 2 for 4. Big spot for the sophomore here. The 0-1 pitch. Fouled straight back to the netting behind the plate. 0-2. Verberg trying to get the Beavers into the 9th with a 1-run lead. Cougars threatening with a tying run 90 feet away at third. 0-2 the count. And the pitch on its way to Jones, the second. Swung on and missed a fastball by Verberg at 92 that got him. And for a second straight inning, the Cougars have a tying run 90 feet away, and they don't get him home. As that does it in the 8th for Washington State. 2 runners left aboard, 1 hit for the Cougs. 9th inning is next. We've got a tight one in Pullman. 4th-ranked Beavers 8. Your Cougars 7. Connor Barrison back to the mound from Learfield.
Gisa Credit Union is a proud partner of WSU Athletics and the unofficial sponsor of Waving the Flag, Kickoff Keys, and Jaws Chants. And we couldn't be prouder to host Cougar Football Saturdays at Giza Field, where the old Crimson faithful always find their way back home. And where you'll hear the two greatest words in the world echo across the field. Go Cougs. Get special offers and apply for a Giza WSU Athletics debit card at giza.com/WSU.
That to-do list you have needs one more thing. Chill. It's an easy thing to do. Just crack open an ice-cold Coors Light and chill. Take the afternoon off and binge watch anything. Go to happy hour and stay for a couple hours. Who's counting anyways? Or hang out with just your dog, because you've had enough human interaction this week. Whatever you do it with a Coors Light. Mountain cold refreshment made to chill. 2020 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Celebrate responsibly.
Ninth inning action, one-run ball game. Washington State in the series finale against fourth-ranked Oregon State. 8-7 the score. Tanner Smith, Kyle Dernetti, Wade Meckler due up for the Beavers. Bearson trying to keep it at a one-run game, back-to-back innings. The Cougars have been unable to tie it, the 7th and the 8th. After they knotted it in the 6th with a 3-run frame. Bearson inside to Smith with the first offering. He had to get the hands out of the way of it, and it was away to the backstop, 1-0. Cougars have had by far the better hitting day. Get up a lot of free bases though on the mound. A 1-0 fastball poured over the zone to Smith, 1-1. 10 walks by the Cougar pitching staff today. And that's more or less evened up the hit situation. Oregon State has 8, the Cougars with 15. The 1-1 offering from Bearson. Again catches the zone. Ball and 2 strikes to Tanner Smith. Cougars need some home magic in the bottom of the 9th to get Pac-12 win number 1. Connor Bearson has to get him there. And the 1-2 pitch. Hit back at Bearson. He falls to his left side, knocks it down with his glove, gets up, flips it to first. Wow. What a play by Bearson. Was getting back out of the way of the comebacker, but was able to knock it down. He was propped up by the side of the mound to the first base side and then popped up to get the ball that landed right next to him and flipped it on to first. 1 out. Kyle Dernetti, the Oregon State shortstop, next. Pitch from Bearson. Alone outside, and he gets away from Cresswell, 1-0. Cougars do have double-barreled action going down to the bullpen. Nothing in the Oregon State pen. It would likely be Mitchell Verberg's game to try to finish off in the bottom of the 9th. The 1-0 to Dernetti. Swung on and missed. Good slider from Bearson. Dernetti 0 for 2. Did walk in the 2nd. Takes a 1-1 pitch. It dives out of the zone. 2 balls and a strike. The overcast skies are breaking late in this game. Starting to see some blue up overhead. Still a breeze to right field, although it's a little lighter than earlier in the game. But still a steady wind out that direction. The 2-1 from Bearson to Dernetti. Swung on and missed again. Enticed him on the outer half, and the count's even at 2. Bearson on the hunt to make it 2 up, 2 down in the 9th for OSU. is 2-2 pitch. Inside half, doesn't get the call. So the count's full. Big pitch coming with the top of the lineup waiting on deck in Wade Meckler. Right on right matchup for Barrison. Is 3-2. Too low. It hit the turf. No offer from Dernetti. And an 11th walk for the Beavers. It's a runner on with one out. Oregon State leads 8-7 in the top of the ninth. To the top of the order for Wade Meckler, the left fielder. 0 for 2, 2 walks, a sacrifice, and a run scored today. Barrison set. Here's his pitch. Meckler hits it in the air to left field. It's more or less right at Vanderbrake, and he makes the catch for out number 2. One pitch, and out on the at-bat to Meckler. And Barrison's an out away from giving his Cougars a chance down 1 in the bottom of the ninth as it's 8-7. Travis Bazzana, who is 2 for 5. Does have 2 runs driven in today, 1 on a ground out, 1 on a double back in the second. Pitch to Bazzana. Outer half fastball, 93 from Barrison. Good life on that. It's ahead 0-1. Barrison, the Redmond, Washington native. Complete career with the Cougs. Turns to first. He's going to offer over to send Dernetti back. Washington State due up in its ninth. Hainline, Cresswell, Stancato, 7, 8, 9, but they're the underclassmen that sparked the 6th inning rally. Wave at and miss for Bazzana on the 0-1 pitch. And Barrison's a pitch away from giving those 3 underclassmen a shot once again in this one for the Cougs. 0-2 the count, 2 out, man on at first. WSU trails 4th-ranked Oregon State, 8-7. The 0-2 pitch, too high. One ball, 2 strikes. Cougs against a perennial power in the Pac-12, the Oregon State Beavers. They'll easily be a favorite this year to go to a regional, if not much further in 2022. Barrison's 1-2 pitch. Waved at and missed. Strikeout for Barrison. He had Bazzana fishing low in the zone. And Oregon State strands a runner in the top of the ninth. Cougs need a run to tie it, 2 to win it. Last of the ninth coming up. Washington State 7, number 4, Oregon State 8. Got Cougar baseball, big bottom of the ninth coming up from Learfield.
Start enjoying your maintenance-free lifestyle today with Choices. Bishop Place Senior Living has many options to explore depending on the level of care you need. Bishop Place has a wide range of activities, social events, and fitness options depending on your interests. We also have housekeeping and dining service. Less worry, less chores, more life, and more choices. Visit us on the web at bishopplace.net or call to schedule your tour today. We can't wait to see you.
Get game day ready at Rosars. Rosars is a proud sponsor of WSU Athletics and your headquarters for keeping snacks stocked up for game time. You'll find the largest craft beer selection, local and imported wines, and all the makings for your favorite cocktails. And while you're there, stock up on your favorite deli snacks, pizza, rotisserie chickens, and ribs. Don't just watch the game, experience it with your favorite game time foods. Get game day ready at Rosars.
Cougars needing Elijah Hainline, Will Cresswell, Kyler Stancato to come up big here in the bottom of the ninth. They trail Oregon State 8-7. And it's still Mitchell Verberg on the mound for Oregon State. The tremendous all-conference reliever. And his first pitch to Hainline, 91-mile-an-hour fastball, covers the zone for strike one. Cougs battled back from down 5-1 after the top of the second to get this back to 8-7. 0-1 pitch. Hainline fouls it out of play on the first base side. It's 0-2. Cougars had it at 7 all through 6, but Oregon State with a run in the top of the 7th on a ground out following a single, a hit by pitch, and a sacrifice. That's the difference. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on and missed, upper half, up the ladder. Hainline couldn't catch up with it, and he's gone for out number one. That is 2 punch-outs in relief for Mitchell Verberg. He has Oregon State a couple outs away from a 3-0 start to the conference season. They would be the only 3-0 team through the opening weekend in Pac-12 play. The pitch to Cresswell inside. It's a ball and no strikes. The only team in the Pac-12 that did not play this weekend, Arizona State. They were in non-conference action still because of the odd number. The 1-0. Inside, it hits Cresswell on his left arm. So he's hit by pitch and aboard with 1 out for the Cougars. Tying run on for Washington State, down by a run. And Kyler Stancato's had a big game. 5 runs driven in. 2 RBI single back in the 4th. 2 RBI double in the 6th. Then a sac fly in the 2nd. The Cougars will also pinch run Highland Hall. So Highland Hall comes on to run at first base with 1 out, representing the tying run. Cougar first 5 RBI player since a guy named Kyle Manzardo last May. Manzardo, who was a second-round pick to the Tampa Bay Rays. First pitch to Stancato. He takes a fastball, lower inside corner for strike 1. Stancato, a sophomore, trying to battle here at the bottom of the Cougar order. Kyle Russell waits on deck. 1 out, man on for the Cougs, trailing by a run in the 9th. And the 0-1 pitch, too low. Good take by Stancato, 1-1. Cougs have plated 7 on 15 hits. Highland Hall, who's aboard at first, has come around to score 6 times this year. Doesn't have a stolen base attempt yet. The 1-1 pitch, Stancato gets out in front of it and rips it into the Oregon State bullpen down the right field line, 1-2. Was thinking fastball. That bat was through the zone. He just turned on it foul. First baseman Tanner Smith having to shield his eyes behind the right-hander Mitchell Verberg. Sunshine is streaming in onto the diamond over the third base Cougar dugout. Cougs trying to rally in the 9th. Hall the lead off of first base. 1-2 delivery to Stancato. And it's inside, hits him in his right arm. Back-to-back batters hit by pitch. Mitchell Verberg is shouting at home plate umpire Angel Campos. Both times he's felt like the Cougars haven't tried to get out of the way. Maybe on the first one I could see it, but that one was a right in tight on Stancato. So it's first and second with 1 out. Winning run is aboard for Washington State. Cougars trailing the Beavers by 1, 8-7. Here in the bottom of the ninth, Kyle Russell, the top of the order. He's on a 1-for-5 day. Oregon State does have a right-hander now stretching in the bullpen. Hall at second, Stancato at first. First pitch bounces. Russell taking, and Oregon State time immediately coming out of the Beaver dugout on the first base side. The infield coming together as well. The Cougar dugout is alive here in the ninth inning. Trying to will their guys on to a come-from-behind series salvaging win at the end of this Pac-12 opening weekend. I don't know that anyone's ready in the Oregon State bullpen, as this is just a visit to buy some time, talk this back through. Kyle Russell is ahead in the count, a ball and no strikes. So off a second, Highland Hall with the lead. Kyler Stancato at first. Ball and no strikes to Kyle Russell. Cougar sophomore looking for a big hit here in the ninth inning. The 1-0 pitch. And that's low. 2 balls, no strikes. Now the pressure is all on Verberg on the Beaver mound. It could be Ben Ferrer, junior right-hander, up in the Beaver pen, scrambling to get warm quickly. The 2-0 to Russell. Takes a crack at it, hits it deep to center field. This will be steadied on by Melton. Tagging up is Hall, and Hall will get to third. On out number 2 for the Cougars, a fly out to center for Kyle Russell. So it is first and third for Colin Montez. It's the kind of experienced hitter you want at the plate in this opportunity to tie the game for the Cougs. Highland Hall, that tying run is 90 feet away at third. The winning run, Kyler Stancato aboard at first base. Montez 1 for 3, couple walks, took a big rip at a fastball and comes up empty to start his at-bat. He's behind 0-1. Montez had a monster home run yesterday. Just needs a base hit today to guarantee an extension of this ball game. Verberg readies, checks the runners, his 0-1 pitch. And it's low, below the knees of Montez at 93. 1 ball, 1 strike. Sixteenth hit would be a huge one for the Cougars. They've won the back stretch of this game, and Montez hits it through the right side. That'll tie it up at 8. Stancato is racing for third. A relay, not in time. And Colin Montez evens it and gives the Cougars a chance to win it now here in the ninth. Two out, RBI single through the right side. Plates Highland Hall. Kyler Stancato had to slide headfirst into third to beat a throw, and he does. And he's now the winning run. With Bryce Matthews coming to the plate, he has singled in both of his at-bats since pinch hitting in the 6th. Game 3 of the series between Oregon State and Washington State last year in Corvallis finished 9-8 in favor of the Beavers. Cougars trying to repay the favor this afternoon. First pitch to Matthews, misses high and tight. A fastball at 93, 1-0. 16 hits for the Cougars, 2 RBI singles for Colin Montez, 1 to tie it at 7 in the 6th, and now to tie it at 8 in the 9th. The 1-0 pitch finds the upper inside portion of the zone to Matthews, 1-1. Great action this afternoon in Pullman from Bailey Brayton Field. Matthews, the new Coug, trying to send the fans home happy. And the 1-1 pitch tight for ball 2. Crowd continues to be pumped up here in Pullman. A lot of late life in this game. Matthews, an outstanding hitter in junior college. 2-1 pitch. Matthews hits it right side. That's a winner. Bryce Matthews walks it off for the Cougars, and they come from behind to take it 9-8. Montez and then Matthews with 2 outs in the 9th. RBI singles for each of them. And Bryce Matthews, as a pinch hitter, singles in all 3 at-bats since his first try in the 6th, and the Cougars claim 1 from number 4 Oregon State this afternoon in Pullman. They needed the bats to come alive. They did for 17 hits. And clutch play down the stretch with the Cougars erasing an early 5-1 deficit to win it 9-8 this afternoon. They claim their first home win of 2022 and their first of hopefully many wins in Pac-12 play, taking Game 3 from the Beavers and the first walk-off for Bryce Matthews in his Cougar career. 9-8 the final. We've got the postgame up next. Cougs win it from number 4 Oregon State. Postgame to follow here from Learfield.